Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL Pakistan Spring 2023. I'm your host, Anna, and with me on the desk today for the week one, day two, is Fritz.
Oh, thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much for the introduction. And I'm super excited for day number 2. Day number 1 went very good for us for some teams, I'd say. Not all of them, team negative and below. Not the best possible day for them. But I do hope for a comeback. On day number 2, I do hope for a comeback. And let's see if that happens or not today.
Absolutely. And well, for today, all that I'm gonna say to all of our teams is, okay, let's do this thing.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see if all the teams are buckled up and ready for the games or not.
Yep.
Because it is an interesting day. It is an interesting day, and you'll see why am I saying that. But talking about yesterday's performance, it was a very good day for some of the teams, especially I'd say 3x Esports, because the comeback that they did, that was insane. That was insane. Getting a 30-pointer in a single day is just an insane number of points. Talking about the overall schedule as well, Tuesday was supposed to be day number one, but because of the earthquake, we had to delay it, and now Thursday is gonna be day number two. Yesterday, Wednesday, a great day. We hope for a better one today.
Absolutely. And we are looking for new names on the leaderboard. We're looking for new teams to rise up to their potential and, go ahead and give us more chicken dinners. But let's see how that goes for our teams. And right now, let's take a look at the money on the line. The humongous prize pool of 70,000 US dollars.
This is just a great price pool. I mean, you come out for $7,000 right into your pockets. That is just huge for all of the teams playing. Not only for the first position, even if you end up 16, you end up learning something, and you hope that you will be able to perform a bit better in the upcoming leagues. Even if your team is not performing perfectly, but you were a very standout player, you will be awarded with $1,000 as well for the MVP position, and every league team gets $1,750 as well. So it's a very good price pool. Bonus points is another factor that will play a huge role to decide which team finishes on what position.
Absolutely, and our teams are gonna be more than prepared to go ahead and take this battle into their hands because the bonus matches are not gonna be everybody's cup of tea. Only the top teams will be able to go ahead and get themselves a position into the bonus match and secure themselves some extra points to start off the finals with. And all of these points are gonna play a great role into that. However, talking about points, let's just go back and see the point structure as well, because the chicken obviously gets you 10 points to start off with, and for every single elimination you get one. And well, position points still keep going all the way till 8th position. However, anywhere from 9th to 16th you get nothing, nada.
Yep, and you won't want to be stuck in that particular position, right? If you're any of these teams, you would like to have a good chunk of the prize pool. So it's better to be in the podium, is what I'd say. The top three positions. If you get better points, you'll rank better on the leaderboard as well. Group
Absolutely.
distribution for this week, this is how group A, B, C, D, and E look like. All of these teams are going to play certain maps. We did see the map of Sanhok not being played by group E, so I'd be excited to see how does 1for1 official Regicide 52 esports and 7th element play on that particular map. But other than that, all of these teams have been playing amazing. Again, except for team negatives and below them, all of these teams do have a chance to make a comeback into the tournament. But the top three teams, I8, we had team Grounders as well with a good performance as well. 3x Esports obviously on that second position, and XGeneration is one of those teams which we did not expect a lot from, but they're on the top currently, and they have no chicken dinners to their name as well. So this is an interesting
Absolutely.
take, and I'd like to see how does Team XGeneration justify this day number two for themselves.
Absolutely. And well, look at that. Zero chicken dinners, and still the top position is reigned by X Generation. However, 3x Esports, again, one of the most flashy chicken dinners ever, 41 points in their total. And well, trust me, they weren't even looking like they had a double digit score before that one particular match. However, Aegon X8, a lot of teams to watch out for, and I guess I am expecting more to come from the side of Magnus Esports. And if Quantum Rage wants to continue to impress me, they do gotta do something, because you
Mhm.
cannot get a chicken and then be on the second page. I mean, come on.
That is true. There are so many teams who really relied on those elimination points and were better than the other teams. So this is something I'd like to throw some light on. Getting those elimination points is super important. And some teams, like I'd say Team QWERTY, Team Regicide, they've been getting those elimination points, but still they're on the second chart. The problem is the placement points that they've been receiving. 5 points for each of these teams. So this is something they need to work on. A bit more consistency with the same number of frags that they've got will definitely get them up the leaderboard. But talking about the head-to-head after day number one between X Generation and 3x Esports, you do see some similarities in terms of the damage dealt. 6,000 for X Generation, 4,800 for 3x Esports. But the variability, if you look at the average survival, that is where X Generation shines. They play almost 80% of every game, 21 minutes on the clock. So this is something X Generation has an advantage on, and that's why they're on top of the leaderboard.
Absolutely. But then look at this 3x Esports. They did show quite a good mettle to their game, and look at that. The way the games were played yesterday from their side, specifically the last one, it was just impressive beyond expectations. I mean, I did not expect the team to go all the way to the top and then not only rule the leaderboard but also rule the whole MVP chart. And then again, there was a set where we saw all the top players of the game that was also ruled by them. However, a great performance from X Generation as well, specifically this fight where they literally caught Q Khan without weapons and just slammed onto him. However,
Yeah.
unfair, but as long as it works for you, it's fine.
That is true. I mean, Egg Generation, they were lucky in quite a few fights early on. That's what I'll say. But other than that, even 1-for-1 official and seventh element, these are again teams. Look at that. The stats are very similar. Eliminations is where seventh element excelled, 25 to their name, whereas 1-for-1 was just able to get 17. But this is 1-for-1 getting back into the game later in the stages. I think last 2 or 3 games is where the team 1-for-1 really popped off, and the first 2 games were not their best one. Seventh element, some key highlight moments for them from the previous day on this map of Miramar. They were able to eliminate the whole squad of Team Magnus Esports. Again, a very good way to approach the fight. You had a compound. You knew you had a team pinned down that particular hill, and you just push them. You just take them out completely. This was a winning moment for the side of Team Seventh Element, where again they had the zone completely for themselves, and they just had to spray all these players out in the open. X Generation, once again, look at this. Although they did not get a chicken, but again, they were positioned second overall.
Absolutely. And I mean, I don't expect teams without chickens at all to rule the leaderboard, even after a set of
Mhm.
5 consecutive matches, out of which 4 are played by you. Because, like, here's the thing, the 10 points that come with the chicken are a huge chunk of points. Covering for them with eliminations, that is huge. That is commendable, nonetheless.
That is definitely true. I mean, seventh element, kudos to them the way that they played that particular game. But yeah, talking further, talking about the schedule for today. This is what I wanted you guys to see. We have 3 Miramar games today.
Yup.
E won't play the first one, C won't play the second one, and A won't play the third Miramar. Sanhok will be forfeited by Group D, and Erangel will not be played by the side of Group B. So it is a 3 Erangel game day. It is going to be very exciting to see how all of these teams, come and play on Miramar, because the previous day we had like 2 Miramars, and both of them yielded a different victor. And the team which won it previously, they were not near that podium anymore. So consistency is something, if some team is able to achieve on Miramar, they can get huge points from that. Because then again, the third party situation, it usually doesn't come as early as it does on the map of Sanhok. So you can go in for those early fights, grab yourself those points. So this is something I'd really like to see, how does this take place on the map of Miramar. And 3 Miramars, count me in all day.
Absolutely. And Group D teams are going to have a huge upper hand right now because they are going to be playing all 3 Miramar maps. And then again, Group B, same condition for them as well. So it seems like Group B and Group D are going to be the groups to watch out for right now, because both of these groups, if there's any team that loves to play Miramar, that knows to play Miramar, then they are going to be having a huge advantage at the points table. And this is something they can really work with.
That is true. That is true. So we'll be jumping into game number one very soon. But Hana, if I do ask for your prediction, who do you think is gonna rule day number two? Just day number two.
Okay, I really feel like we might see Seventh Element coming up. I
Okay.
want to see Magnus actually putting up a greater show than before, but
Uh huh.
still, I am gonna stick with Seventh Element as the top ruler
Oh.
for day number two,
Okay.
because I mean, the first match that they won for themselves was on Miramar,
Mm-hmm.
and they are gonna be able to play multiple Miramar matches today, so that just makes it a much easier call.
All right, seventh element. Interesting choice. Interesting choice of team, because day number one you were like all I ate, and now you
Yes.
switch to a team that is not that well known. It's an interesting pick. They definitely did impress us with the performance that they did give in the previous day. So yeah, I mean, seventh element looks like a good choice. I'd go with team negatives. I don't know. I'm getting a positive vibe from team negatives, which shouldn't be the case though, but it is. So I'd really go with team negatives. I want to see a good performance from them, and not be in the negative teams to be completely eliminated, right? Only 16 are going to play the grand finals. So I don't want to be, I don't want them to be the team to be in the negatives and get
It's
eliminated.
it's
Uh-huh.
very ironic. Very ironic the
I
way
know.
you become so positive about team negative, and then there's nothing else you ever talk about.
Yes,
It's been just team negatives since yesterday's last match.
I
All you're
know.
saying is team negatives, team negatives, team negatives, and I'm
They
like,
match my vibe.
it, you don't have a
I,
vibe.
I knew it. I
You don't
knew
have
it.
a
This
vibe.
is. I do. You don't. You cannot comprehend it is the main thing. But yeah,
You don't have a
on
vibe.
to the no Hannah. On to the match of Miramar, the land of DMRs and snipers, and here we go. I hope we don't see a completely southern plane path because that's what we've been seeing from day number one. I do hope for a central plane path. Finally, it is a bit central, not entirely. Cutting through the heart of Los Leones and starting from Valadimar, I think. Campo Militar is a very viable option, viable drop option today. All the northern side cities, I'd say, water treatment, Cradle Field, El Pozo. We did not see a lot of crowd going there yesterday because of the plane path, but today we might see some different drops being taken from all of these teams.
Exactly, and I am very, very concerned about the teams who generally like to be in Crater Fields and El Pozo. The teams who like to go to Valle del Mar and Minas del Sur. We did see a team go for prison yesterday. That's not gonna be an option either. So it's like you have very restricted areas. However, it's the more populated side of the map. The right side of the map, the eastern side of the map has more compounds to loot from, a better loot altogether if you compare. So I guess it's gonna be a plus point for the teams. However, currently Campo Militar, I am seeing NES go all the way there. Did not expect anyone to go there because again circles do not favor that region much, and look at that, already very far from the circle, but still I guess reachable if you start walking at the right time.
I'd say the road around La Cobriara and Torre Hamada could be a way through which the side of Team NES, rotate and find their way. But first elimination, Star Fury, a good start to the day for Team Star. Very same as yesterday. The way they started on Erangel, they were looking very promising. They were looking like a team that'll grab a chicken, but then one bad move and it all fell apart. Not just for game number one, it fell apart for the whole day. But this time, the Star Fury finally gets the first frag. Was a bit lucky in terms of the weapon he found against his opponent. A mini 3 shots to the torso without a vest, and you're completely down. And that's what exactly happened to his opponent. So Team Star off to a good start. Star Fury should feel confident about that frag.
Absolutely. Hellraisers have got themselves situated around containers as well as compounds. They are going to be looking for a versatility of loot in that area with a very dispersed, cohabitation. They are going to be looking for the best material they can have for themselves for advancing them in any field that requires it, and go for the right fights at the right times. Look at that. Oh, I like that hat. Kitty kitty hat.
Again, I don't know what's with you girls. You always like these pet hats.
Excuse
But
me.
okay.
Okay, one
I
second.
mean,
It's not just girls that like cute things, even guys like cute things because the person wearing it is a guy
rarely.
who bought it
Rarely.
and wore it,
You never know. How do you know he's a guy? His
because
camera's not
we
on.
are able to see players as well when they're playing. Like we did have the player cameras yesterday.
Sometimes.
What do you
But
mean? Are you
I
trying to
still
say
have my
that he has
doubts.
given his phone to a female to play with this one for him?
No ringing. No
That
ringing like that.
exactly.
That is not what I'm
So
saying.
you are agreeing with what I am saying. That is that guys also like cute
No.
things.
No. I can't disagree on two different things. That's how this works. I
Know
mean,
that by the property of association, if you have learned it in
nah,
class
why
6,
do you
if A
not at
equals
all?
B, then
I
B
am a
equals
bad
C and
student.
A equals C.
Nah, I'm a bad student. I don't remember what you're saying, what you're talking about. I don't know.
Did you
But
just go
Team
for my
Tough
all
knows,
the
I
way
think.
before class 6?
Maybe. But Team Tough right now.
You've lost it here.
They're
I'll just give
looting the
myself a
region.
point.
Team Tough right now. Still looting in the region of Chua Serra. They've got themselves a good loot. We're working their way forward slowly and steadily.
So here's something. I love UMPs. Call me nuts or whatever. I love UMPs. And every time I see someone with a UMP, I'm like, just go ahead, invest in a close range fight, even if you don't have one in front of you, and win that one. Because UMPs are just great weapon when it comes to mid and close range fights. And I just feel like it's very trustable when it comes to, stable fights. What do you think?
It is true, but then again, on this map of Miramar, I'd say UMPs won't be the best possible weapon
Ah,
because
yes.
you take those
Wrong
mid
choice.
range fights
Yeah.
a bit more than those close range fights,
Hmm.
and when you're again when you're barging into a compound, then you prefer a weapon with a higher ammo capacity. So a 40 bullet M4 would always be better than a 35 chambered UMP is what I think,
A.
because even UMPs they drain very fast,
They do.
so you have to be very very accurate while using them. So some things here and there, again it all comes down to personal choice sometimes. If you personally prefer a UMP, if you know that your aim is going to be on point for that particular day, you're feeling good, go for a UMP, no problem whatsoever. But I, as a person, I'm more of an
Are you
M4
a
person,
person?
M4 guy. I at least have a face that we can see on the desk, so yeah, I'm a
Lines do
person.
too.
Duh.
Okay, fine. I'll consider you a person now.
Hmm.
Damn it, I'll
Okay,
have to show
you
humanity
thought I was an
towards
AI
you.
or what?
No, I thought you were a person belonging to some species of animals.
Oh,
But
okay.
anyways,
I
moving
don't have a problem
forward,
with that.
our players here, they are definitely
Uh-huh.
going to be showing us their animal faces today. With that hunger, with that nail, with that teeth, they are gonna put all of it into the fights and make sure that they come up with a chicken in their hands.
Let's say 3x could be the ones because in terms of loot till now, the all the team that we've seen, I'd say 3x has the best possible one. They've got themselves good wares, good ammo, good utilities. So 3x is looking in a very good state right now. Two vehicles as well, Mount 2 and Miracle. Yeah. Now I do see Miracle completely out of it. Them confirm that they have good number of vehicles as well. So 3x all set in the first few zones. A minute and 30 seconds left on the clock for zone number 2 to form. Final few minutes for them to loot and then start their own rotation.
Absolutely. Well, if they do want to make an announcing start, if they do want to create that fear in the other teams, they must start aggressive all the way from beginning to end because you do not get 21 frags for nothing. You do not get that number of eliminations without having to take a fight every single turn. So I guess we will be seeing quite some gameplay coming in from this side. And look at that. As I said, their caps are on.
Okay. Need cough syrup? I'll definitely provide you with one if you need. But yeah, freestyle. They've got themselves into a compound. Chapu, Dropshot, Black, Arham. All of these players, they're looking forward towards TFD. And this is Hacienda del Petron and San Martin's middle place of nowhere, where Team Freestyle is. So let's see Freestyle. What strategy do they have? They're waiting for the next 30 seconds, is what I think. Taking some shots left and right. I think they spotted someone rotating, or maybe even the players of TFD. Who knows? But they're not facing TFD, so I think they spotted definitely someone rotating. So Chapu and Farham just going in for the pixel peaks, just trying to hit any shots that they can, dish out some damage, make your opponents waste your medics, and that's how you be annoying. That's how you try to harm your opponents. I think it was the players of Team QWERTY. So we do see Voldrex back above that particular ridge. So freestyle, they have a fair idea. They should know that there has to be someone in Hacienda del Petron's main building. So they have a fair idea about two different teams, which would definitely help them make an informed decision on where to rotate.
Well, that's true. They are going to be able to make sure that all the intel that they are able to collect turns out to be a data to work on and is a information they can capitalize with. However, yes, I do hear you, sir, when you say this is how a team gets to, be the thorn in the path of another. This is how a
Uh-huh.
team gets to become annoying. You have a degree in that area, so I completely believe your words on that one. And I feel like
Okay.
all our teams right now are marching towards Hacienda del Petron water treatment. These areas are going to be completely covered very soon. But look at that. Team Bablu is all the way down south of Montenegro. It's not going to be an easy ride because, again, once the circle is occupied with that many players, it's hard to make yourself space in there.
Talking about Seth, he tried to take some shots onto Chapu. And now looks like Chapu is really looking forward towards this fight because he's taken a compound near them and maybe some exchange as well. TFD easy though. has been able to take down QR's Goku bot and even Jaideep's fracking. QR and MGS, these are two different teams, and TFD has only two players in that area. And they've been able to get two frags. What a split from TFD.
Well, a great play coming in for them. Let's see how TFD goes ahead and capitalizes further because as of now, Agon XI8 right in their crosshairs if they look in the right direction and look at that. We might see some long range shots coming in all the way from the faulty devils. It does not seem like they want to be very forgiving to anyone, but they do have a lot of teams to keep an eye on. QWERTY is right in front of them. They have to make sure that Agon XI8 does not fall out of their eyes. Freestyler is very close by. It's literally a battlefield. It's literally a battlefield.
See, I'd say the position TFD has right now is very good for the first two zones, but that's about it. Even if the third zone forms on you, you cannot anymore stand on the roof and try to take some shots because you'll be third party at 100%. So they really need to make some choices here. Either try and get some frags, try and take out that player of Team Freestyle who's in front of them. For now, though, Team Star seems to be in a pickle with the side of the team The Grounders. The Grounders is one of the teams that got a chicken, but is on the second page, right, Ahana? And
Yup.
once again, not the best possible start. Losing a player this early, not what you want to see.
Well, that's true, but look at this. Such a cold start for all of our teams. It's already entered stage 2, but we are not seeing any teams getting complete eliminations yet. There's only been a loss of 3 players so far, and one is still in a condition to be revived. However, it doesn't seem like the grounders are going to hold the ground to actually go ahead and make that revival possible. So Kilwa is going to be killed very soon, but let's see how the rest of the team survives through the game, because again they are the team with the least number of players alive on their side, and that just does not help you on a map like Miramar. I
Let's see
have
though.
Yeah.
Fury. Fury is trying to, I think, spot the players of the Grounders again. Kilwa finally gets completely picked off. Star with the second frag. So Star, good start for them. Even for TFD, two frags to their name. This third zone will definitely clear the picture up a bit. But QR's Scooby Papa takes down the destroyer. But he'll get that revival because he's in a compound, he's in a safe space, and that knock came in from a very long range because there was a mini involved. So no confirmation there for the side of Team QR. Here, Tough Thor trying to spray down BABLU Pain, but I think he did not even connect a bullet to that either the player or the vehicle.
That's true. We did not see any connection coming in. But right now, Bablu is gonna be in a lot of trouble. Look at Reviews. Reviews is very close to Miracle, and Miracle, once he starts taking that peak, might be able to turn this thing upside down. And well, no confusion there. This is not the miracle from TSC. This is Team Star Miracle. But well, a great game nonetheless, even though it's gonna be a while before they're able to, claim themselves a throne. Team Star is looking very strong this time, starting off 3 eliminations already to the name of Fury, but Fury is no more a part of the team, has been already eliminated for this map.
Oh, what
So
a
it's gonna
spray!
be a tough one to carry through.
Although Miracle, great spray from him. Mascara is
Yup.
not easy to control, but he gets a knock. Destroyer pushes in onto Teen BABLU Wolf. And that's a knock as well, though Destroyer gets third party. This is the harm. If you need these fights, if you want to take these fights, this should be done in the earlier stages, in stage 1 or 2. You try to go for an open fight in stage 3, you're definitely being third partied, and that's what Destroyer has been. He has been taken care of by another team. Gets knocked out, is in a weird, awkward position where you have to get that revival and then patch yourself up, reset, and then decide, do you want to re-engage or do you want to fall back to that particular compound? Because Team Tough, they do want to engage in this battle. They know that they've been able to get that knock. They know that they have an advantage in this fight. Then why not fight it out?
Absolutely. Currently, it seems like with 8 frags on board, 9 frags on board in total, we are already seeing the demise of Team Bablu. They have already been eliminated, and that just seems like a very tough position because they haven't been doing their best, anyways. And then again, going into the 6th match overall in the series in first week of league, it's just upsetting to be that lagging behind, to be that far behind. However, the rest of the teams, they seem like they're prepared for the fight. I do not have much hopes for the grounders on this one. but I still do see negatives, as you said, are making their way up. Let's see how they come up. Even Tough X, I do have some hopes for them, considering the fact that they did not make it very well so far, but they are not that far behind to actually make a comeback into the game.
Edgar Virus M7, the three names on the board right now. The rest of them rotating, I think. TFD easy though. This time gets a knock onto Scooby Doo Papa. QR, they take a knock. I think they're down a player already and they lose their second one as well. Not the best possible way to start the day. QR, two players down. The only elimination that we've seen till now is of Team BABLU. And some time ago they were called the Kings of Miramar. This time around, the first team to be eliminated. Quite a way to come.
Well, it's definitely a long way to go for our players, but well, we do gotta see how they bring up the best of the game. Right now, Hacienda del Petron is gonna be a big area for our players to control on. Water treatment is getting more and more out of the zone as we go forward into the game. The circles are on a very centralized cut so far, and well, look at that. Three teams so close to each other on a map that is known for longer range fights. How are their weaponry gonna be altered? How are their weaponry gonna be contributing into their further matches? That's what I gotta see, because again, look at that. Freestylers. Again, a team which was expecting long range fights, but now they have come so close into a circle that it is gonna be a close range one that attacks onto them with a surprise. A literally clear smoke path created all through from freestylers to H2E. It felt like there was a push in that could have come through the smoke, but nothing happened there. So not much capitalization, but every single player here is looking to find that one single peak and pick it off.
I think freestyle, what they thought is to just create that paranoia that one player could have crossed using those smokes, but that's not the case. And H2E has swapped places with the side of TFD is what I think, because TFD, they've left that particular place, they've given it up, and they've tried to control the higher ground, and that's a good decision as well. The team QWERTY now is going to be engaged into a battle with the side of 3x. Let's see, Miracle, he gets that first knock. Top G is taken out. The trade is there, but a little bit late. Voltrax, he has been able to take down Miracle. Now it is the time for Chief to get activated, but they're not pushing in. I'm not sure why. Some nades being tossed out. I8 on the other hand gets a knock on to Rex, but Pop's nade did hit one of the players, and that's another knock. Zarbaf, he's very low on HP, but 3x they've been able to get one of the players back up. Bomb 2 goes down. Chief traded. Pop being third partied. He also has been taken down. TFD easy with the third party. Those frags have been collected by 3x, but it's TFD playing the spoil sports right now.
Well, 3x does have a little bit of room here to go ahead and resurrect their dying teammates, revive their dying teammates, but it's not gonna give them much opportunity to stay in the game, because again, a great loss coming in for 3x. Cairo surviving at a miraculous HP right now alongside Miracle and Voltrox. Just like yesterday, this guy does not stop giving the other team a headache. He is just gonna try and make sure that the team does not get a breathing room. And look at that, he is on the verge of being sandwiched, and there it comes, a shot coming in from the side of Miracle. He will get knocked down. Lakin, there is no shots coming in from the side of Cairo. He's too late to come to the rescue, and that just takes away the opportunity from his hands, and Voltrox is gonna be able to attack him very quickly, very soon. Is this gonna be a team QWERTY thing, or is 3x gonna capitalize on this one? This is a huge loss they have started off with, and it just does not look like one that they can recover from it. Look at that! It was nail biting. It did not happen, but it was a nail biting situation nonetheless. Voltrox coming back into the fight, takes some shots, but then gets taken down. Look at the HP that Cairo has survived on. It was literally what? It was a pixel HP.
Somehow Cairo wins the fight, though I8 in a fight with H2E, and H2E has been able to get 2 knocks, UZM and Falakar down. Good shots coming in. Tarzan tossing a smoke. Why is that though? I think they don't have a lane, they just take to block their own vision. Not the best possible piece of utility there though. Freestyle Black, he is being pestered by IQ. He's left with very little HP, but somehow Black turns with a UMP and gets that knock. Not something we see usually. He was surviving on 10 HP, but is able to turn around eliminate the whole squad of I8.
Well, that's a very early elimination coming in for the team that we were going to look out for since the beginning of the game. Just losing it all so quickly does not give any hopes to us. But however, looking at the current situation on the game, X Generation, they too are down by two players if revivals do not come in time, and Team Negatives is just gonna get eliminated altogether on the 13th position. Not gonna secure many points for themselves. It's just gonna be a one single point for Shagun for them, to be very honest. But then again, that's just not the way you get yourself into the game. They are consistent though, however, not gonna lie on that. They have literally 4 points from yesterday, just four, and they played only 4 games, and today they played the fifth game. They got one more point, and that's gonna make it five. Very consistent.
Oh, they're consistent, definitely. And they have all their 4 players standing as well, Team X Generation. And Shahmir Boy is yet to open his fragging department. Still no frags to his name, which I'm super, I'd say, weirded about, because this is a guy who usually loves to go in, get those frags early on, and then play this passive role. But for now, X Generation, a change in strategy. I think they're looking for that chicken we were talking about previously, Hana. They're looking for that chicken. They want that 10-pointer at least once in the game so that they're able to build up their lead. Senior this time throws some shots onto the players of Team Star. Not connecting any, but just, making sure that his presence is felt for them.
Absolutely. Cairo here, running alone for the team, is going to be making sure that the ratting here works out pretty well on a deserted island. It is. But let's see how the other teams catch up to them. I am not very happy with the performance coming in from the side of the grounders. They literally had a chicken to themselves. And now today they have lost 2 of their players already. They haven't secured any frags so far. Does not look like a very good position for them. And look at that. The players are just falling like autumn leaves, one after the other, like dominoes, just rolling over, stumbling over each other constantly. It just feels like our players just suddenly had this, riff of enthusiasm, and they just went into fights all of a sudden. While the beginning was slow, it doesn't seem like they are really, hold back players at all.
The zone has forced them inside as well. So they really need to rotate. They try to rotate through the right hand side. And H2E, the team that just took a fight against out of X Generation, is now just left with 1 player. And Kian is trying to make his way in. Shamir Boy gets tagged quite a bit. But then Kian gets taken care of by the player of Freestyle, who was trying to shoot X Generation in the back. And X Generation, they can get their time to reset. But look at this TFD, the Faulty Devils. 8 frags. They have the only compound in the zone, and they have the highest ground possible in the zone as well. So a great point for the Faulty Devils to get some frags for themselves. Jerry, all out in the open. This could be a little troublesome. Cairo being subjected to some nades here, but I don't think so there's a connection anywhere near to Cairo. It's Team Tough's M7, who instead gets a knock onto Seth. So 3x can now really move in. The last remaining player, Cairo, can now really move in.
Absolutely, and there's gonna be a streak of bullets coming in from the side of Cairo. Takes down Hunter, but at the same time gets backstabbed by TUF. Did not expect a backstab coming onto the single solo player that was surviving in the lobby. And well, 7th position is what 3x is gonna have to, be happy with right now. But they do have 5 elimination points that put them somewhere on the chart, a better position. But if X Generation loses now without any other frags coming in their favor, they might just not be the ones ruling the leaderboard anymore. They do have to make sure to continue with that, dominance. They need frags. They need position points. They cannot be the next team getting eliminated. Otherwise, they lose the throne already. And looking at Quantum Rage, ah, not very excited about them right now. But I want to see them make me.
Let's see Quantum Rage. Just remaining with 2 players for this particular game. Have the 4 frags to their name. So not completely with a 0 impact play. Magnus, though, being pestered by the players of pestering the players of NES. North Esports, they had a player down on the ground. They're inside the zone for now, so that's the only positive thing for them right now. But let's see how does Team Magnus. They're just using a lot of utility, and they won't be able to reset. That's my main concern with the use of so many nades in just a single spot. So Magnus, They've got themselves that finish. The knock that they had has been completely finished as well. It's now down to two players of Team North Esports as well. And now comes the zone. How do you rotate inside it if you're Team Magnus? Because you're rotating to a lower ground. You know there are at least two players of Team NES waiting for you if you go down straight. Let's see what Team Magnus does. The Shamir boy, a great laser spray with that M4, gets that knock. Won't be able to get the finish though. But I mean, it's important to dominate the battlefield somehow.
Absolutely, it does make it impossible for the teams to move in with as much healing as they were, planning to move forward with. Does make them wonder for ones that are they going to be able to survive zones? Are they going to be able to survive more fights? It's a good strategy to even get the heals drawn out. Once you try to get the utilities deployed, once you try to get the heals deployed, you have very less to worry about from the opponent team. However, looking at Shamir Boy right now, it seems like he's in a charge in position, and Team Magnus right now, not even inside the circle. It's gonna be really difficult to make place inside, considering that both the poles of the circle are already occupied and in fight. Well, is this the right fight to be a part of? X Generation already takes down JD, but Thug, are you gonna be able to sniff off another player from the team just charging in towards you?
TFD, they've gotten close. They've gotten close to this compound. They're fighting for it because they know this is a very important part of the map right now. Thug, he's completely exposed from one side, so he's just trusting his teammate to cover him from that particular area. And his focus is on Magnus's players, but Saif comes in with a knock. There is a counter knock, but that's from the players of Team Magnus. A long range spray connected on Jadib is what I think. Psycho is down on the ground. QR Senior gets a frag onto Tough's M7. Faster goes down to Izzy's M4 spray. Fights going on left and right on the map. Magnus seems to be the worst team that has been affected by that.
Well, that's true. Right now, Magnus does seem to be in a sort of a pickle. But this is where it all starts. All the broken promises from the side of X Generation are gonna be put to a full stop. But wait a second, what did I just see? Did I just see X Generation capitalize on the fight? They did manage to take a lot of frags for themselves, but right now it's gonna be Thug on his own. Will he be able to come back to the survival, to the revival of Shamir Boy?
Big question, and even Easy is in a
Ooh.
position that from where he can be revived. Though he's crawling in the open. Magnus, does Zen spot him down? Jadib also gets taken down by he takes down Zipian, but then gets traded by Thug. X Generation still being survived by a single player. Let's see Thug. He needs to crawl in 3 more meters, and I think this shack is enough. I think this shack might give him enough cover to get inside the zone and be safe at the same time. He does not have any more utility to play with, no nades, no smokes whatsoever, but does have those two first aid kits if he needs to take that battle. Let's see though, freestyler. I don't think no first aid jab, no medicines for this particular player, neither anything from for JD. So TFD, they did start out great, but now the position that they're in, it seems very difficult for them to move any forward because 17 meters they have to move inside the zone. Magnus is completely gatekeeping them, and even to make things worse, we still have a couple of players left from Team QR.
That's it with Magnus. They are getting spotted out, and that's gonna be another knockdown coming in for the team. Zen is very far located from the rest of the team, so will be able to go ahead and rat this out if he needs to. But again, a great number of eliminations for the team on board, and there you see. Zone comes in, takes down JD. JD is now nothing but a crate on the map. And with that, Thug is gonna capitalize on that man count from the side of TFD. Right now it feels like with a lot of hard work nonetheless, X Generation has still managed to survive into the circle. But is it gonna be a long-lived match? No, X Generation gets eliminated all the way from Zibian. Magnus goes in for 12 frags now. It's a 2v2 situation. Anyone could have it, but not Quantum Rage, because Senior is trailing behind on very low HP. There is no survival coming, there is no revival coming. He is not going to be able to make it back into the game, but TUF and Magnus both look strong right now. However, if Magnus does win, they do get a much bigger benefit than TUF.
X slowly and steadily crawling. Thor does have a good wrist to play with, so he won't be spotted at least by the players of Team QR. and he's trying to make his presence known. I don't know why he's tossing those nades. The projectile can be spotted, can be traced back to Thor, and now Thor finally stands up. That's the worst possible decision in this particular situation. He hoped Edgar would cover it, but that's not a way to push in like that. Zibian tagged quite a bit by Edgar. The spray was good, but then the fight is being taken with Halsey. Halsey gets taken down. Zibian, even with the low HP, goes in for the battle, connects the headshot. Magnus, they've reduced their opponents to just one player each. Senior and Edgar versus Zen and Zibian. How does Team
Absolutely.
Magnus come out on top? Edgar still slowly crawling towards the players of Magnus. I think Magnus, they have a fair bit of idea where Edgar is. They're tossing some util towards him. A counter hit from Edgar, I don't think so that'll do much. Senior, his position is also known, I think, by Edgar. But the thing is, you need to move in now. Senior, he gets taken down. Zibian, a great nade. Down to a 1v2. Edgar, he needs a connection with the nade right now. Does he get it? No, the nade falls short, but the nade from Magnus is pitch perfect. It'll reduce him to dust because the play zone will do the rest. And it is gonna be Team Magnus eliminated on second position.
Well, the winner chicken dinner will definitely go to them. Team Magnus with a very well deserved victory coming up on top. And I am very proud of the fact that in the starting of the match itself, we had been talking about how Magnus needs to go ahead and show some dominance now. They have been in the middle of the leaderboard, and I am expecting them to go ahead and take that climb. They did. They literally did. And with 14 eliminations nonetheless, 24 total points for them from this map, and that just looks like a good one to go forward with. They are not going to be trailing far behind, and it just seems like it's going to be a good day for them.
What a start to the day. What a start to the day for the side of Team Magnus Esports. Yesterday, they were not looking very good, but today they do start off with a banger. We'll be throwing things off to a very short break, guys. After the break, post-match analysis.
Magnus was a very awaited victory. I have known them to be great performers. They were really good last year, and I was waiting for them to show the same colors this year as well. And they did. They did. It took them a while, but they did it.
Yep. That's true. It took them a while, but they were able to finally come out on top. I hope so. They continue the same performance. That is the key here. You get one game, that's great. You were able to, come out on top in this particular game, but you need to do something what X Generation is doing. Again, if you look at it, X Generation had 3-4 frags and they ended up fifth. So not a bad game at all from the perspective of X Generation, since they have the lead, they have those buffer points to their name. They can now afford these games with a little bit less point, 9-10 points for a single game. Not too shabby, not too great, but again, maintaining that average. X Generation. Same thing has to be done by the rest of the teams as well. We're talking about the player that made the most impact in the previous game. Has to be from Magnus Esports,
I
right?
think it will be Zibian. It isn't. It's Zen this time. I was expecting it to be Zibian because, to be very honest, the time when Zibian took that 1v4 clutch and made his team survive yesterday was when I started feeling like I need to see Magnus come up back on the charts. But like Zen has not been falling behind at all. Has been doing the great lifting that he needs to do for the team. 7 eliminations to this guy solo in a team that secured 14 eliminations in total. So, like, half the work was done by Zen himself.
That is true. Half the work was done by Zen himself, but the support was there. And I think his teammates will be spotted in the top players chart as well. Because he was on top, but the remainder of the players, we have Zibian. We have Zibian supporting him in terms of frags, four eliminations to his name. But then we have two different players from the Faulty Devils as well. Because Faulty Devils, again, as a team, they played very good. The early start that they got, I think 10 or 11 frags is what they had. A player from Quantum Rage as well, senior, though we did not see him a lot, but look at this, easy, 100, 1,000, more than 1,000 damage. So that's great in terms of what Team Faulty Devils were able to accomplish in the very early stages.
Absolutely, and the Faulty Devils are not lagging far behind because Easy is supported with JD as well when it comes to going towards the second position on highest damage. They have cumulatively given a lot of trouble to other teams, but they haven't been able to go ahead and be the first one on the charts. However, taking a look at the rankings of this match, we have our winners, Magnus Esports. Finally, after a while, we do see them come back up, rise and shine.
Look at this. The team that came second, Team Tough, they're nowhere near the top three because they were not able to get those elimination points to their name. And the remainder of the Team Negatives, 1 point, Team BABLU, 1 point, Grounders, 1 point. I8 and HellRaisers did not even play the game, it seems like. No points for their name. And I think this is the second time I8 has ended on 0 points, Sahana. This is
Um,
not looking good at all. I8, 0 points again.
I don't think it's the second time they've gotten 0 points, but they do have zero placement points for
Okay.
the second time. Last time they did have three frags to their name, so they
Oh,
did make
okay.
three total points in the whole series. But still, again, I8 and Seventh Element, neither of them made their way to the top this time, and that just means
Uh-huh.
that there is gonna be lesser and lesser competition for X Generation and Magnus Esports on their way back up. And it feels like X Generation is not even going to lose the throne. However, let's take a look at how the match really went, because it was impeccably astounding.
Start, they had a good start. They got those three frags to their name, but then suddenly they lost their star player, is what I'll say, Fury. He was taken down. He was taken aback by the player. Team Tough, it seemed like. Team QWERTY, they did give it a good throw. Cairo, he just barely survived in that situation, but it was enough to get him those frag points to his name. I8, this is how they got eliminated. I don't know how Black got that knock. If you saw Black's HP, it was not looking like he's gonna get that knock, but then somehow he turns and lands a double or triple headshot with that pump. And that was great to see. TFD again, they this was the team that got those early frags as well. They were seen in the final few zones, but then zone is what went wrong for them. It shifted completely away from them. They were down on medicines. They had nothing to get themselves back up. Otherwise, we might have seen a completely different result. I mean, Magnus, they somehow were saved in that particular situation. If Team TFD had those heals, situation could have been different. But looking at the overall standing, let's see how big of a difference that does Team Magnus make after that WWCD, because they get those themselves that 20 plus game. It should put them around fourth position.
Well, it does put them on the second position nonetheless. And
Oh,
again,
okay, all the way up.
uncontested rulers of the leaderboard are going to stay X Generation. And look at Seventh Element. They have come all the way to position 5, and Egon XI8 have been dropping all the way from the team at the second position to the team at the fourth. This is not looking good. The consistency, if you talk about, the only team that has been showing consistent great performance has been X Generation. Still awaiting a dinner for them, so.
That is true. I mean, next generation, the only thing that they have left is that dinner. Let's see if they're able to achieve it on day number 2 or not. Magnus, I thought third or fourth position is what they'll go, but they just jumped 2 steps ahead. The position on second, and they've got themselves 50 points. So half century for X Generation and Magnus Esports after this game. Closely being followed by 3x Esports. 3x could have done better, only if that fight was won a bit more cleanly, because it was just one player who survived, Cairo, and he was also eliminated just seconds after. So 3x hoping for a better result in the next upcoming game of Sanhok. Now that would be an interesting map. The remainder of the teams, Team Tough, Team 52 Esports, Quaddy, Freestyle, Star, Regicide, Faulty Devils, they do have a lot of work to do.
A lot of work to do. And yes, the consistency I was talking about. Ha ha ha. We are
Negatives,
seeing
huh?
the lower teams to be very, very consistent. They are sticking to their
Okay,
positions. No, going up and down there. I mean, the top of
okay,
the spectrum and the bottom. That's the only place where consistency is delivered. Everywhere else, it's just going haywire. But yes,
that is true.
we do need to see our trailer teams to go ahead and pick their weight up and carry it through the game, because right now it doesn't look like they're giving themselves any shots in surviving this. See, here's the thing. Again,
Uh-huh.
the bonus match point collections are going to be your starting point. You want
Yes.
to make sure you perform great in both the weeks so that you at least get to play both the bonus matches, not
Yep.
just one. Because the more matches you get to play, the better starting line you go with when it comes to entering the grand finals. So, I don't think any team should be taking any matches lightly. If you wake up after a week and be like, oh, you know what, I think I can do this. No, you can't. You can't.
would be very difficult. I mean, you'll lead a day with five wins to your name, five dinners to your name with good frag. That is something that is almost impossible. I'd say 99% of the time that won't be possible, because again, all of the other teams are here to play as well. They'll definitely try to eliminate you as soon as they see you. That's how this game works. So yeah, it's better to be consistent. It's better to have some points from the very beginning and then use them as insurance policy if things go wrong. Because if you look at the top three teams right now, if they drop two matches, say for example they do drop two matches and get eliminated on 0 points, they won't fall down to 20th position. They won't fall down to, I'd say, even they won't fall below top 8, top 9. So they'll make sure that even if they drop down in terms of points, they'll be qualified for the grand finals. But cannot say the same for the other teams who are still trailing, around 20-25 points. Cannot The same thing cannot be said for them, because they drop
Absolutely.
two more games. The other team, they just charge back up. We have a team, say for example, Team Negatives get a check in which they will. I'm completely sure which they will, and they jump completely on top of the leaderboard, and then you go down. You become the team that has to be eliminated and doesn't reach the grand final. So all of these teams, they need to keep this thing in mind. At least get 4 or 5 points every game to make sure that you're not at least eliminated and you do get a chance to play in the grand finals.
Absolutely. It is going to be really difficult for our teams to, make sure that the consistency stays. But it is a
Hmm.
thing you need to try and achieve, because in the end, you are here to gain something. And if you want to gain something, you have to lose. You have to lose your game style and adapt a new one. You
Yes,
have to make
that is
sure
true.
you go ahead
Especially for
and
HellRaisers is what
exactly.
I'll say. HellRaisers, they're trailing. They have single digit points on the board. I think 9 is what they had, and that's not looking good at all. But yes, talking about game number 2, let's have a look at schedule first, because game number 2 is going to be on the map of Sanhok, and it'll start very very soon. Will not be played by Group D, so we won't see a few teams on this particular map, but we'll have some additions. Group E sat out the first game, but they'll be introduced to this map, and they did not play it yesterday. So Group E teams, buckle up. You're in for a treat. Sanhok is the map where things can really, really change.
Absolutely. We are going to be seeing the teams go ahead and try to make all the capitalization they can from the greener grass provided to them on this map, from the cover that this map provides in the face of, the combined compounds as well, because it's a very clear shot. Specifically, when you
Uh,
go near the water bodies, there's generally a lot of compounds, and then on the other side of the water body, you're able to take the shots, which like literally from the window, you have great viewing angles, and that just
yep,
helps a lot.
that is true. That is true. Sanhok in a map, as a map, is very very versatile.
True that.
Yesterday we did see some Ahanas lying in the ground. They were taken down, not to by surprise. They were definitely traded out. They were taken down. Haven't seen a lot of clutches on this map for now. Haven't seen any of those 1v3s and 1v4s being thrown in, because it's a bit difficult. It's a bit difficult to get those players completely eliminated after you get one. Let's see though if it does happen today or not. But here we go with the map of Sanhok, where the plain part does not matter a lot. Even if it goes all the way south, you still can drop into that northern locations, because it's a very small 4x4 map, and you still have the chance to even go all the way to docks.
Well, I mean, on Sanhok, it's not really any place you cannot reach, but I do want to see a lot of boot camp fights start, early itself. Paradise Resort is going to be one of the hot points to keep an eye out for. We are going to be seeing a couple of teams go to Hatin. Oh, that's only one team this time. I think NES is going to have their hands on some good weaponry without having to fight anyone off for that. But look at that, the trails our players all the way towards the eastern southern plains. Agon X I8 going all the way to Lakavi. It's a very spread out drop coming in from the side of I8. And if you take a look at freestylers, they are gonna probably have a drop clash once they arrive to their location. But there it is, an early fight between QWERTY and 141. Ooh,
This Paradise Resort is filled with three different teams, and at least two of the teams have taken damage on themselves. Mithi is down. 141 King has confirmed that frag onto Voltrax, so it's not going to be easy for Team Quality to come back into this particular fight. Janaza, he also this time confirmed that frag onto Pop. So 141, two frags, already up by a good number right now.
Absolutely, but here the main cherry of the cake lies with the faulty devils. Once they walk in, they are going to be able to take the whole cake and the cherry on it, because they can go ahead and capitalize on the third party advantage. Because right now, one for one, Mithi does not have the ability to heal himself up, while QWERTY is still taking their shots on them. Wait a second, did the
Oh,
faulty devils just let themselves be spotted and shot?
it
What?
is. That is what happened. I think while chasing the players of Team QWERTY, one for one, they went off the crosshairs of Team TFD. And TFD were not expecting one for one to make such a quick rotation. So they got caught off guard. Seth is down right now. He needs to be revived and brought back into the game, for which Easy is, I think, approaching his teammate now. Jerry trying to hold a particular angle. King with his teammate is slowly and steadily moving in. Let's see though if Team TFD are able to defend this particular compound or not. Easy spotted down. A messy spray from King. A second knock could have been very good. But I'm not sure why Team TFD is not moving towards Seth. The revival has to come in quick now.
Absolutely, but they are being very, very cautious in their move. However, it's a very safe zone for them to right now reach out and give the revival. But it seems like it's an awareness that we have, but the team still does not know, because we are being able to see every single player on the map. However, Paradise Resort, even after being a very populated area, isn't resulting in as much eliminations as we expected. There's only been 3 eliminations in total on the whole map, and 2 of them only have been from Paradise Resort.
Vithi and King, though, they're walking in dangerous territory. There is a crossfire between Chief and his teammate. Let's see if Team Q is able to make the most out of it. I think they've hurt Top G. They've definitely hurt Top G, but this will give chance for Chief to activate. Top G under a lot of pressure. The timing wasn't right for the player of QWERTY to fire back, but now even his position is revealed. Chief now should be run down by the players of Team 1-4-1. He's trying to cook a date, trying to just delay the inevitable, but the thing is, he has to be eliminated, right? The only question is, can Team 1-4-1 do it cleanly? One for one finally come in. Chief a good nail on to JD. Very little HP left on King. He still decides to push in, but his teammate is present to cover them out. But TFD, realizing that the fight is just ended and Team 1-4-1 are down 2 players, this is the correct time to push in, and that's what they're doing. Seth with the M4 leading the charge.
Well, Seth is gonna go in and invest in this fight. This is a really good time for him to actually do that, but he is holding back, waiting for the rest of the team to arrive, and that is just gonna make them lose the opportunity. They've already spotted King. They are gonna be going in to try and burst into the room. But right now, the compounds are going to be secured by one for one. All the members are back on their feet. They are going to be trying to heal themselves back up. But if and only if they have enough medication available, it does not seem like healing is something they have been able to capture so far. And look at that, 52 Esports also arriving at the occasion to celebrate and feast on the dead bodies that arrive on this map in this location.
On the other hand, Team XGeneration is fighting against 3X. It's a very messy fight because Shamir was completely taken down. It's all down to Thug. He's all alone. And it's all down to Cairo for the side of Team 3X. He pulls out a nade, baits out the player, and the shotgun comes out. It was a battle between an S898 and a DBS, I think. But Thug with the shots is able to get that frag. And for now, they'll survive. TFD though, they lose the player. Janaza gets a knock. JD takes down Seth. The knocks are coming left and right. TFD are able to reply, but on some other team. 52 Esports' Joker is down on the ground. But Easy and JD, TFD's last two hope.
Absolutely. Seth has already been taken down, and TFD is looking like they are going to be in a very difficult situation. It does not seem like climbing back up is going to be as easy as one would expect. JD does need to fix himself up, but there are no healings to his disposal, no healings to his perusal. There is a crate right in front of him that he's trying to scan through, but there is nothing he can find, because again, it was a very early war that got raged between these teams in Paradise Resort. And well, this resort does not take safety measures as seriously as they are supposed to be, and no medkits, no bandages, no healing available to any of the players that are trying to win the fight here. If you commit, you want to make sure you do not take the damage at all, because you are not going to be able to cover up for it. Again, going back into the resort compounds, trying to look for any healing available, does find a painkiller box that is going to be, you know, making sure that some more HP can be generated over time. But still, the fight is not going any lower. We are seeing players get taken down left and right. TFD just one frag and only one player remaining on the team. What cost do you survive on at this point? Easy. The only person the only person carrying that flag right now to go ahead and make sure that TFD even has a shot in the top few teams.
1 is in a very difficult position because all of the players are isolated, and these engagements are going to be super easy for the PUBG Esports to figure out. JD all alone gets one, tries to finish him off, but that isn't going to be the case. The cover fire is present, and 1-for-1 official. They get eliminated. Zero placement points, but the 5 frag points will definitely help them a bit. Izzy, he is thinking that he's running away from 52 esports right now, but little does he know that the players of Team Star are just around the corner. We just might see him being taken down by the players of Team Star this time.
Absolutely. Negatives still trying to make themselves safe from the play zone on their way back. But look at freestylers. It's like they are still feasting outside the zone all the way in the east southern corner, not worried about anything at all. This is not how you survive. This is not how you continue. The faulty devils are going to be taken completely off the map on a 13th position for themselves with no real points to their favor. Just one elimination for a single point on the actual leaderboard. However, we did see X Generation lose way too many players way too early in the game. This initial fight, TFD could have actually capitalized quite a bit in the Paradise Resort area if they just waited a little bit, because they could have come up with the best third party ever. But then the rage from the side of the other two teams already invited 52 esports into the game, and they took nothing less of what they were served and went away scratch free with 5 eliminations on them points.
Oh, that's a great Lambo. I'd love to have one in IRL. I'd love to have one. But I
Yeah, you can have a toy
cannot,
Lambo.
not a toy. One you can easily drive. That's what I want, because
A
Fury can
toy
drive it. It's
vehicle is
not
the
a toy.
only one you can easily drive. You are not even the age to
Ah.
have a driving license.
I do have a license, so no problem whatsoever on that part. But problems do occur for the player of Team Negatives. Come on, guys, leave Shahir alone, please. You need to get inside the zone. Go to the zone, Zyro. Don't target him. That's wrong. Prioritize the zone first, but I think he wants that frag first, and Shahid is smart. He just goes down the ridge, he will rotate from a different position. Usama though, he's trying to spot some other player, I think. X-Generation Psycho has been spotted, and Falak will get a nade on point, takes care of Psycho, and now is pushing towards Thug. Pre-fire around the corner, making sure he's aware about the player's position.
Whoa.
Thug gets one. Yes, he does. But then the trade from Falak is there.
Well. Again, Falak and his fights are just impeccable. The way he does not miss a shot, it's all connected like a single chain of molecules. However, Miracle from the side of Star is also going to be taking one man down. However, that does not seem like the optimal move right now, as we noticed earlier. Team Star is not even inside the circle yet, let alone the play zone. It just seems like they need a lot of walking to do. It's not even gonna be battlegrounds anymore for them. It's gonna be like a running simulator or something. But yeah, Team Star does need to make the way back in. But look at that, Osama too close to Team Negatives. They are not letting Negatives go. Team Star has just decided, just made up their minds that if we want to take one last fight, it's gonna be with Team Negatives.
And even Buzzet goes down to the zone. It's all down to Guruboy and Shahid. They've got themselves in a good position, but now have to leave it in the next 50 seconds to get in another zone that's 600 meters away. Star, they're really pestering the players of Negatives. And they've been able to get two, but now rotate, huh? Now you see how you want to rotate. You do have a Lamborghini to your disposal, but as soon as you come near to a team, you're going to get sprayed down. A fuel can being used as well. They want to pick up their teammates on the way. So Team Star, in terms of rotation, they're all set. If we can have a glance at the minimap, I think they don't have any other team near them as well. Yes, 52 esports, they're far away. If they barge into the players of Team Negatives, I don't think so they'll be able to do much because they're just two players standing. But look at the zone right now. It's a
What is?
completely western shift. But the thing is, freestyle is surviving inside the water, and they can do so until and unless the zone allows. Major part of the zone is on the Camp Alpha Island, but this can take a hard south shift towards ruins. So the IGLs right now, they've been put in with a question on which island to go, because if you look at a smaller bridge that connects the boot camp region to the third island, to the Tambang Island, there's a small bridge that can still be used. The teams are not there, but then again the question comes, what if there's a hard southern shift towards ruins? So all of these teams, they have a very big decision to make, and let's see how does it go.
Absolutely. I have no idea how freestylers are even inside the circle. We just saw like a little bit ago, freestylers were all the way to the southeastern edge of the map. They were not even close enough to make their way in, but now they are all the way into the western side of the map, making their presence felt towards the circular region, towards the area where they already have themselves safe inside the play zone. But wait a second, they are surviving inside water, just like you said. If they do not make up their mind quickly enough and are spotted, they're not even going to be able to fight back.
There's a game that I remember from previous casting, Zahana, where there was a team which used the same strategy to stay underwater and somehow found the perfect timing, while the other two teams were fighting on land, and found the perfect timing. It was a 4v2 situation. All the four players, they just came out as assassins out of the water and just eliminated the remaining two players.
Hmm,
That is the situation I think
impressive.
freestyle is looking for. So, but that isn't the best possible strategy to do.
That is
I
not
ain't
even a
though right now.
freestyle strategy.
That's true. That's true. But I8, they're now pestering the players of Team Star. They're gatekeeping them. They're being annoying, and I love it because Team Star just eliminated two players of Team Negatives.
You have such a heart for Team Negatives, such a heart. Anyways,
I
Team
do.
Negatives, Team Freestylers, as well as Northeast Sports and Quantum Rage alongside I8 are all running on man count disadvantages. While you look at the top 5 teams, top 6 teams, they have no man down. Team Star here gets given a taste of their own medicine with a strong fight coming in from the
Let's
side of
go.
Negatives, and there they are becoming a pickle for the opponent team. And 52 esports is going to be losing their players on the streak as well. Very few teams here surviving with all man count. And the grounders are looking strong on this one. They have every single person alive. They do have a very slow strategy on like not taking too many kills before investing into survival. But yes, it seems like the grounders might have a shot this time. And soon as I say that, they swap positions with H2E, with H2E lying all the way on top.
Oh, Shaheen, he
Ooh.
just gets 1, 2, 3 upon all of the players of Team I8. They marked him and said 1, 2, 3, let's shoot. That's what happened with the player of Team Negatives, and now Guru Boy is left all alone. It's okay though. I mean, Guru Boy can still play for the survival points because that island is where the next zone might form. It's a 200-meter rotation for the players of Team I8 as well. So they're not too comfortable either. They have to rotate in, and 52 Chotu, he gets a knock. The trade is there, but it is a bit late because even Falak has been taken care of. 200 meters inside the zone. I see no way how Blade gets both of these players back onto the feet and then inside the zone as well. Hassan trying to spray the players down. One by one, all these players go down, and it's Guru Boy who's stealing those frags. He gets one. He spots IQ as well. Some shots being taken on IQ, and that frag goes to a Chotu though. Chotu Esports, they find one frag. Blade left all alone. Guru Boy says Tata, bye bye. See you in the next lobby.
Well, Agon XI8 not looking very good right now. They did start off well on this map, but then they got eliminated pretty quickly. However, all the teams that survive now will have at least placement points to their name, and Team Negatives, the one that you've been rooting for since a while, has only one player remaining, that is Guru Boy, but they have secured the 8th position. So they do have at least one placement point coming for them alongside the 4 elimination points. So not the weakest of their teams, but not the strongest that they can deliver either. Because considering the fact that you've come all the way here into this match means you do have the potential to go ahead and take a top-notch fight with these teams.
How was Regicide's Avengers so accurate with this play? He did not even collect a single bullet in that 40 ammo M4. Somehow he did that. I found it a bit funny. Tier 1 player missing all his bullets. Once again, look at this. He's not connecting the shot. I do agree Goku Bot went underwater, but the first few bullets could have hit him. Anyways though, when Regicide, they got themselves around the bridge. They've got themselves in a good position, but they don't have any flag to their name. So this is a bit concerning. TG Killua gets rid of NES's Nightmare, and that should be the end. Okay, no, one more player is surviving for the players of Team Northeast. North Esports, Iron, wants Killua down. Important fight to win. But Killua just moving around the rocks. Try to get the trade, but that's the second knock. Wait a minute. Iron might just have it. The DBS, a lot of damage. A lot of damage done. Destroyer needs to be very careful.
Whoa.
Oh, gets the frag. Finally, one more bullet would have done it. But TG, they survive for now.
That's right. The grounders are going to be back on ground to make sure that they are able to invest in more fights. But right now, 7th Element looks like one of the stronger teams on the surface, because H2E and 7th Element are the only two teams surviving with all their players on board. But H2E is going to get sprayed down really bad from the side of Regicide. Will Regicide give them a chance to recover and come back into the fight, or will they shut them down? Look at the fight coming up for them right from the edge of the bridge. Gets shut down, and there it is. Kian being taken down as well, and complete demolition of H2E coming in from the side of Regicide. On 7th position, H2E is gonna be losing their breath as well.
Another frag is just swimming towards him. If they spot it, Goku Bot. I think so they will. They have that idea about Goku Bot, but he gives his life to the water. Guru Boy is also very near to them. But does Guru spot the players? Does Guru have those nades to work with? He does, but then it gives away his position as well. A counter nade being cooked from Avenger. The nade is not good. Guru Boy will just move away. Avenger being pestered has been forced to fall back. Regicide though now do need to make a decision. They have to move around 30 meters. That's not going to be easy at all, though this nade could help them a lot. Guru Boy, oh, he just moves away. He just moves away the very last second, just avoids the nade somehow, and is crawling his way inside the zone. Tokusaurus though can have that angle onto Guru Boy, but a nade connects from Guru Boy onto Avenger. He is now interested a little bit in this particular fight, because 7 seconds left. Regicide need to make a decision. Do they rotate or do they go for a revival? Roshan is sticking around is what I think, and Knock Knock will cover him from a distance. That's what the strategy is for Regicide right now. Guru Boy switches to the SK12. The shotgun intrusion could be very beneficial for you, but freestyle right now, fighting against the players of team, the grounders. A miss Molly as well. Killua, he's all alone. He's left with very little HP, and it should be a fight for Team Freestyle through and through.
Well, Team Freestyle is looking like they might be able to invest themselves, but this is not the right time to go ahead with this. They do have a lot of caution around them. The play zone is gonna be moving in pretty quickly, and Killua will have to move from position very soon. But look at that, Regicide is getting shut down by 7th Element, and they look like the team that is gonna be making sure that Sanhok is there. Yeah, Sanhok needs to be the one that they capitalize on. But right now, the higher edge advantage, the altitude advantage that has been secured by 7th Element is just gonna be a great pain for the side of freestylers. The moment they start moving out, they are gonna be shot from every single direction around them.
Regicide is able to get a knock onto Tokusaurus, but that's about it, because 7th Element, they trade those frags very easily, and now they have that idea that freestyle is the last remaining team. T24 will get that revival. Look at the map coverage this team has. It's insane. The whole map, the whole circle right now belongs to them. Freestyle though, Chapu has made his way a bit closer. He has been able to get a bit closer to the players of Team 7th Element. A nade with a double knock is what they need right now. A nade towards T24, and it bounces right on top of his head. That's the first. No revivals there whatsoever for 7th element. A second one gives no damage at all. Divide tried to throw a counter nade. Freestyle, they really do have a chance. If they time their peaks correctly, they can find this player try to revive on on point is what I'll say. Chapu, but there's no support. I'm a bit shocked. Why aren't Black and Chapu sticking together? Either Chapu should fall back or Black should join the fight. That's what they should do. The 8th zone is closing in. 30 seconds for the 9th zone as well. So 7th element, they really need to be boosted up and ready for these fights. Chapu has removed his backpack, wants to be sneaky, has a UMP and that M4. The UMP better be suppressed so that 7th element have a hard time finding him. He needs to boost himself as well, although Black seems to have done the thing already. 5 first aids for this player, a DBS in hand. 7th element, they're recklessly hunting, and I think Tokusaurus has found the player. He has spotted one of the players of 7th element, and now look at this. 7 esports, they're charging in as a team. Yes, they get the trade, but it's a 2v4 situation. That's exactly what you want. And 7th element esports, they get that chicken, and finally a team with a second chicken to their name.
Well, there it is. There it is. The game that we were waiting for, the game that we were looking out for has already arrived, and there is 7th element with another chicken coming in for themselves. The one team that hasn't gone hungry either of the days. Looking really strong, looking really good. 19 total points for them. Only 9 element. Hey, wait a second. Did I? Ah, never mind. It is 7th element, guys. There is no
Yep.
confusion. We can move into thinking about that or the next note. But yes, 7th element. Great game, nonetheless.
That's true. 7th element perfectly played, and 9 eliminations, not too much. It should have been a bit more, is what I felt. But it's all good. It's all right. We'll be throwing things off to a break for now, guys. We'll be back with post-match presentation.
A 4v2 for the last fight. We all knew 7th element was gonna take this, and they did.
Yep.
And they did it impressively. Not gonna go hungry for tonight, gonna have a huge feast on their platters because the dinner chicken is served. Chicken dinner is served.
That's a good one. That's a good one, Hana. But yes, it definitely is so. 7th element, a good game for them. They played it out perfectly, I'd say. If you look at the final 2 zones, 7th element, 4 players, 4 different areas is what they were looking to, and that's a very split that came in. But it was worth it. It was worth it for the players of Team 7th element. They were not able to rack up those kills for themselves, which I felt a little bad for, because 9 eliminations after having such a great position in the zone is not good. You should have got at least 15 is what I felt from the position where Team 7th element had. But yeah, at the end of the day, if you're able to get somewhere around 20 points from a game, you should be happy since you've been consistent as well. I mean, it's not like you're just focusing on one map a day. You try to get those 20 points and then you're 5 points in every game. 7th element, not one of those teams. A second dinner for them. They've been consistent as well, and I think we might see them jumping on maybe second or even the first position in the overall leaderboard.
We might very well do that, and well, if that happens, it's gonna be a bigger celebration, a bigger
Yep.
dinner, and not only that, a consistency that can roll on for them. Because so far, 7th Element has only gotten 2 wins, but those 2 wins are huge like contributors in their total points.
Yes.
However, talking about contributors, here comes our MVP from Team
Aye, there we
Negatives.
go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about, Guru Boy. That's what I'm talking about. Small steps from Team Negatives. They were not able to top the charts in terms of position, but they do top the chart in terms of MVP stand. Guru Boy, he is going to be the MVP of game number 2.
Well, very well done and very well executed on that map. And I mean, I'm just gonna agree with you for 1 second. Team Negatives might have a shot.
Would be super hard for you to do so, huh?
It is. But I'm a great caster, so I'm just gonna go ahead and
Okay,
agree
okay.
when I have to and accept my mistakes and be like, okay,
Okay,
Team
okay.
Negatives does have a shot. but they do need a lot of work to go ahead and actually
That's
make
true.
it a possible comeback, because this is not going to be easy. They are lagging way far behind to actually pick up the weight and carry it forward all the way to the top, but it's a possibility. It's a big
It
possibility.
is.
And even if they are able to play the first bonus match, I'm gonna be happy for them. I'm gonna be
Oh,
happy and filled with
okay.
respect as well for them.
See, I'll tell you why the name is Team Negatives.
Okay.
What I feel. What I feel. They'll barely qualify for the grand finals. They'll make it seem that it is a very bad team, hence the name Negatives. They don't know how to play. They just qualified by luck, and suddenly, boom! In the grand finals, all eating chicken
Mm-hmm.
dinners for them. That's why they're known as Negatives. That's what I hope. But talking
All
about the
right.
remainder of the players that did have an impact in the game. Seventh Elements, Alian, XGeneration's Thug, Regicide's Noki, and Seventh Element Tabby as well. So for the very first time, we're not seeing three players of the same team in the chart right now, I think, Hannah.
Absolutely. But we are seeing all the players with three eliminations.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Most of the players, though, have 300 damage. Not a big fan of that. I am a fan of Guru Boy, 567 damage. That's great. That's great, my man. I love it. And talking about the match summary, let's have a look at some statistics here. Highest elimination for Tabby with 3. Highest damage for Thug, 591. The most number of assists were provided by Blade, although I8. Let's start appearing a bit more in terms of the position rather than just in these statistics. And highest healing done is by a player from Freestyle who healed himself 457. That's almost 5 more lives given to your own self.
Well, that's absolutely true, and that is something that we are looking for in our players, to go ahead and make sure that they are able to recover from all the damage they have been dealt, and go ahead and make sure that they are coming back up on top. However, look at that, about up on top. If we talk, we do gotta see seventh element back there on the top. It's not a huge margin of points that they have secured for themselves, but it's not less either. So walking into the top charts, obviously easily, but the positioning right now was fourth or fifth if I'm not wrong in overall, so it's going to be a little tougher as they keep moving forward.
It is going to be a little tougher, but for team 3x esports, I'm a bit concerned. Second game, not again the best possible one, similar to the first one. 2 points in this one. North Esports get two as well. QWERTY did not even play. 0 points for them. Faulty Devils at least got one before being eliminated. So that is something that they had going on for them. And even a single point makes a bit of difference. But yes, overall standings is what I am waiting for, maybe, because I think X Generation might be pushed a bit a position down right now.
Well, I feel like X generation might be pushed a little, but I am not expecting seventh element to be on top yet, just yet.
Oh,
However,
okay.
let's just take a look at the overall ranking and find out which one of us is correct on this one. It's not a competition, but if I win, I'm keeping the point.
First, you say it's not a competition, but then you say you'll win the point. Okay, let's see.
No
Somehow,
competition.
somehow, somehow, X Generation is still on the top. 59 points without a dinner, still maintaining that first position. Seventh Element, though, have made a jump towards that second position. 55 points overall. Magnus, I think we did not see them play this game. They were in Group D, I think. So they did not. I think, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I did not see Magnus's players in this particular game. So 50 points, not a problem. X Generation, though, they're on top, but man, they've played an extra game, so you cannot really count Seventh Element out right now. I say still I won the point because there is a match for Seventh Element left to compare them.
Well, that is true, but look at that. Even after two dinners, not being able to compete with the team that has none, you
But
gotta.
there's a game left for them to
There's one
have
game
have
left for
six
both
games
of
played.
them.
No, but you had 6 games played for X Generation and 5 games played for the other team.
That's true. That's true. They have one extra game remaining, but like, yeah.
Exactly. So 4 points difference. I don't think so. It will be a problem for them to come out on
I
top
mean,
for
the
seventh element.
consistency does come stronger from the side of X Generation, and considering the fact that X Generation goes very close on Miramar, they have a
But
better
what if
chance.
they don't play it?
However, talking about the teams that could not make it, again, still on the lower fours. Team Star, Team Negatives, the Faulty Devils, Hellraisers, not being able to pick up their weight. Hellraisers are literally on 7 points. How do you manage that?
After 6 games played, they're focusing on that
Seven
one
games played.
average.
I know, yeah, 6 games played. Yes, they
Yeah,
did
six
sit one
games.
out yesterday. Yeah,
They average. They try to average that 1 point, 1 point every map. Is that what they're doing? Come on, Hellraisers.
probably.
This is not the way you want to play this one out. You need to reach the grand finals, right? You want to reach the grand finals, right? Because even I say Hellraiser, hypothetical situation, a very hypothetical situation, because I'm sure this is not going to happen anytime soon. They get a chicken. They get those 20 points, but still they'll be on the second chart because 28 is what the team on 11th had, and they'll be sitting with 27. So it's very difficult for Hellraisers to find themselves on the first chart, but at least they should try and make sure that they have a spot in the top 16. That's what their first aim should be. Let's see if they're able to do it or not, because it's looking a bit tough for them.
It's looking very tough for them. Not a bit. A bit
Okay.
is understatement. You
Uh-huh.
don't have to be, low with your blows right now. You can just go ahead and say it out straight away. It just
Uh-huh.
doesn't work out for them.
That's true. I mean, Hellraisers in the dump right now, in the dump, and they need to get themselves out of it. Well, let's see if they're able to do it in the map of Miramar or not. It is an important map. It is a very big map as well. Magnus were able to take it out first. Will they be able to come back and defend this map of Miramar? We'll have to wait and then watch it out.
Absolutely. Miramar is gonna be a very essential one today, considering the fact that there's gonna be three of them played. I just want to see if the teams are prepared for this one because it's not gonna be easy. A big map requires you to, utilize yourself with weaponry which is made for longer range fights. And then,
Yes.
as we saw in the last match on Miramar, you just sometimes get so close that it does not work out. Like, you have
And
weaponry
some
for a completely
uh-huh.
different range, and then you're fighting on a very different range.
Yes.
It's like you have car 98 and you are fighting in a range for DBS.
Sometimes you need to hit those car 98 headshots in 10 meters as well. But that's a completely different story. If we talk about the heals as well, Miramar is a bit limited in terms of medicines. So you really need to pick and choose the fights you take. The long range fights should be only taken by a person who's building the DMRs and the bolt actions, is what I feel. Because you exchange the damage, and then if you don't capitalize on it, it's just you're wasting your first aid, then you're wasting your painkillers. That's about it. So if you really want
Absolutely.
to take a fight, you need to have a game plan for if a thing goes positive or even if it goes negative. That's what I seem a bit lacking for these teams. They get a knock, yeah, they're very happy about it, but that's just increasing your damage stats and doing nothing else. It's not helping you put points on the board. So you need to be careful with what you do, with what you decide. But here we go, the map of Miramar, the land of DMRs and snipers. Once again, we'll see who comes out on top.
Well, that we will, that we will. Let's see what our teams decide for this one, because they cannot just stick to the same exact drops every single time. And look at that, a very southern plane path coming in all the way from under Impala going to under La Gilera. Let's see if our players are going to be any happy, because now not only El Pozo and La Cobreria are out of reach, even Hacienda del Patron is going to be quite a glide. El Azhar is going to be a difficult one. It just feels like our players are going to be concentrated towards one single side. And I did see one team go to Campo Militar last time, a completely solo team. They don't have a shot to go back to their position anymore.
It's a similar plane path to what we saw yesterday, right?
Yep.
Another very southern oriented plane path. I'd love for the PUBG Mobile gods to throw the zone completely the way north. I want Campo Militar to be inside the zone. I want Cruz de Val to be the center of it. I'd love to see a zone like that. But let's see if that happens or not. But we do have some fights early on. Some frags are going the
Whoa,
way
whoa,
of
whoa.
North Esports, and it is the player of Team Star. Osama has been taken off early on.
Absolutely. It's gonna be a very difficult one. Going, like, the moment your feet touch the ground, You are being saluted out, and this just does not seem like the most optimal position for any team, to be very honest. But then again, North Esports is going to be trying to make sure that they survive for as long as possible and take all the fights that come their way, because this is their area. They want to make sure that it's known to everyone.
Nightmare. Let's see, he's all alone, but no problem whatsoever. The only thing I'm concerned about is the vehicle availability. I don't see a vehicle on the road. So Nightmare has to do some cardio right now, find a vehicle, and then rotate towards his teammate.
No.
Okay, Mars says, I'm here to help, buddy. I'll take you to the drop location that we have. Impala, I think, is the city that they're targeting. And it's an easy rotation. And by the looks of it, I think they're inside the zone as well. So it's a very south-oriented zone, maybe. Would love to have a look at it. But it's a good start for North Esports. They've got that frag. They're feeling confident. Let's see how do they move forward.
Absolutely. Mars had to come back to the rescue of Nightmare, and I feel like if we were able to hear the comms from this team, we would hear Nightmare saying, "Wait for me, I have tiny feet."
That's not how we talk.
No, but that's how the meme goes. Wait for me, I have tiny legs. Never mind. You are not
it
updated.
doesn't. It doesn't. This is now how it goes. For North Esports, it doesn't, because I know Nightmare is a very good player.
Person with huge feet.
Okay, yeah, maybe that as well. Usually, guys have huge feet, right? I mean, that's a very common thing to see. So, no small feats for North Esports' player, but a kill definitely to his name. So he'll be a murderer, but then it's a good thing in game. You get number of frags, you get rewarded for it. So no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, and if someone tries to raise a case, there is prison present on the
Oh
map
yeah,
of
it
Miramar.
is.
You can go
It
stay there for a
is.
while for the
That's true.
punishments. But yeah,
That's true.
in any case, for now, it's gonna be really difficult for our teams to actually make their way towards the circle, because again, the teams are not gonna be in a very supportive position. Look at that. Thor has a four-wheeler for himself, and Joker is moving towards him with a two-wheeler. Is gonna get spotted easily, won't have much cover, and does not really have a gun that can help him from the top of the hill. So he's gonna decide to fall back, not gonna invest in the fight, or maybe rotate and get close enough to be able to use the shotgun that he is moving with.
Let's see, the bike is a very good vehicle to be on with a shotgun, is
That's
what I think. I mean, you see a player, you have some grudges, just try and first running over with a bike. If that doesn't work, park it next to him and shoot him in the face. That's
Ah,
what you can do with a shotgun and a bike. But Joker, great background goes. This is completely with the team 52 esports. Let's see if he's able to perform in the same way, in a great way. For now, though, focusing more on the rotations is a bit low on utility. Just a single nade, no smokes, very low on the number of medkits that he has as well. It's better for him to loot first. Team Tough, on the other hand, looting a city still inside the zone, so they have a lot of time to scrape all the rooms and all the possible areas that you can obtain loot from.
well, that's true. Team Tough is gonna be making sure that they are able to capitalize on the number of utilities they are able to grab through, because again, they did not have a very packed, backpack in the last one. It's like they came undone, and they were also sent home undone on the last map. So they might want to recover from that, cover up for that, nonetheless. But let's see. Chumasera is the region that they are going to be capitalizing on. But in the background, 52 esports. Oh my god, Jallad. There you go. Already making life difficult for H2E.
3x as well on our screens right now. Looting the region of Picado, no problem whatsoever. A tier 1 loot city, but don't see those weapons here. Mom2 has a DBS and a UMP. Is that his preferred loadout? I don't think so. Or maybe he can be the entry fragger to have those sort of weapons. Then it would make sense, yeah. So 3x, in terms of medicines, at least they're set. But still, I see a lack of utility. Zarbav just has a single nade, only 4 smokes as well. You need that nade counter to be at least 3, is what I feel for a loot to be called good. He does have a level 3 vest, which will help him take those close encounters. Or I'd say shuffle it to your entry fragger. who you think enters into a particular compound, just shuffle it, just throw this level 3 vest onto him, because he'll be the one who you'll depend on to get those first frags. So 3x right
Absolutely.
now, good loot for them. 1 minute 40 seconds to kill right now, so that they get an idea about where the next zone is going to be. 1 for 1 Mithi, a good spray, but is not able to take down Miracle for now. Miracle, here he pops out again. The same spray, and Miracle barely survives. He survived for now, and the same fate is now being tested by next MVP. Not a good decision to make, but HR HellRaisers, a very difficult path of rotation, I'd say, but they survive and get out of without being harmed.
Well, they did get an idea that Mithi was unable to actually connect any of his shots very well, and they just capitalized on that and surprised him one after the other with all the possible vehicles that could be coming in. However, Star Fury looking like does not have any support for a revival there. Destroyer is gonna try and make his way in, but look at 1 for 1. They have closed in very quickly. 1 for 1 official is gonna make sure that Star Fury gets shut down instantly. And with that takedown, it's time for a takeover because Miracle is already knocked and Destroyer is not gonna survive for any long either. With that, there's the whole pool of dead bodies announcing the end for Team Star.
1 for 1. This time they get all without getting none, is what I'll say, without getting any of the players knocked out. So that's a great thing. They just get 3 though, because Star had already lost a player earlier to the side of Team 52 Esports, or oh, okay, to North Esports, I think. But this time the BABLU with a fight against the players of Team Reggie side, and Roshan, I think, caught off guard while trying to rotate. Nog instantly finished out on Team Reggie side. Yeah, they do take an exit because they're respecting the players of Team BABLU, not knowing the situation, not having enough information. And Reggie side, Roshan taken down, was knock Avenger. Fall back, they're waiting for the next 40 seconds so that they can know the next path of rotation according to the zone. So not the best possible start for Reggie side. Let's see though how do they recover from this loss and then play the natural game.
Well, we will have to see how Regicide is going to make their way into this one because they are coming up to be the teams that do survive for a really long time, but the number of frags and the ability to actually take a chicken fail them, and they are not able to keep a good position on the overall leaderboard. However, for now, we are seeing quite a lot of teams struggling against the play zone, struggling against the time.
Reggie side though, still with the minibus, I see this is the worst vehicle in the whole game to have. This minibus, slow as a pig, doesn't move more than 30 kilometers per hour, and it is so huge that even a kid with a potato phone can hit those shots on you and blast the vehicle and take you down. I just have a very bad hatred towards this bus. I'll die to the zone but not take it and enter the zone is what I mean by it. So Reggie said I don't know why they're using it. But I hope so they have good results with it. There is an airdrop to which I can see a player approaching. I can see a team approaching. I don't think so they're going for that drop. But there is a Groza. So if you find it, you consider yourself lucky enough.
Well, we will have to see how the teams actually go ahead and make themselves a good turnout from the drop weapons, because to be very honest, I do enjoy a good groza, I do enjoy a good og. I don't know if anyone is gonna agree with me on this one because again, Og and Groza are two very opposite weaponries. One is super stable while the other is super damaging but has a lot of recoil. I don't know if people are gonna be agreeing with me on this one, but I do like both of them. I like stability sometimes and sometimes I just wanna have the best damage on hand. However, looking at the circle, why why are we so far away from Los Leones, and why is TFD still just trying to make their way back from the play zone and being guarded so strictly by three teams nonetheless?
The path of their rotation is not good at all. They'll fight against I8, they'll fight against Team Magnus, and if they all somehow still survive to get in, then my team North Esports might have an idea about the Chumesara region and then try to fight it out again, then try to third party. This is looking very dangerous for all of these teams, but look at the zone. It's going towards the third island. What? Minas del Sur. This area, it still has a bit of the zone coverage. So there can be solo players who can try and go onto that particular island and try to survive for now. But HellRaisers, they're in a bit of trouble. Nobix tagged up quite a bit, needs some support, calls for backup, and his team 1 for 1 that they have to fight against.
Well, 1 for 1 official did make a very aggressive entry onto Hellraisers, but so far it seems like JD did get shut into a very small HP box. But right now, King is gonna go and take a fall back to revive himself as well. Hellraisers finally creating a wave of fire here. And on the same time, on the same note, Team BABLU losing players. Are you gonna be able to survive this one, guys? Because this one is gonna be an important one. Team BABLU, again, one of the mid rangers, really need to cover up the distance to be able to, in the top few teams, to be able to make sure that they enter with a big surprise for the ones already on the leaderboard.
Let's see the BABLU. They're in a fight with the players of 7th element. Both of them have traded players. Teen is down on the ground. Reviews. He gets caught out by the player of the grounders. It's a third party, guys. It's a third party is the call that Team BABLU is giving. But I don't think so. Reviews is getting that revival anytime soon. He has to be sacrificed for the better of his team. And Black would be very happy with it. I mean, even if he disengages right now, I don't think so it is going to be safe for the revival to come in. So they should give up on that player. Black is also retreating back and making sure that he is near this bridge area. So even if worst comes and he has to rotate, they have that bridge. TFD, they're getting pitched in from two different squads, H2E and 1 for 1, and they've lost a couple of players in that process.
Well, they sure have, and this is not a fair trade. The number of frags just does not stand as well for the number of losses that they have acquired. However, three frags each for the top three teams with no man lost. 1 for 1, BABLU, North Esports looking all good. BABLU, I do not expect them to stay on top for long. 1 for 1, I have big expectations from. However, talking about North Esports, this is one of the teams we have had zero discussion about so far. We talk about them while they're in the fight because so far they haven't given us enough hope to feel like they could be one of the top contenders. They haven't disappointed us enough for us to be like, okay, you are going all the way down with team negatives. So, a very subtle, a very, mid-bencher presence coming in from the side of North Esports. Let's see if that presence turns into an introverted extrovert, whole stage shaking performance coming in from their side. But so far, they just look like the audience.
QWERTY Esports, though, they were in a bit of a tussle there, but Team QWERTY is in a fight, is in a whole damn fight right now. Pop moving forward, but Monto with the DBS even works in that range. I'm quite surprised to see that. Chief now trying his luck. Let's see if 3x is ready for this. If Monto is able to land another such crazy DBS shot. The Thompson is out. Pop is down on the ground, but he won't be finished. That's the assurance that he has because he is behind some cover. Bomb 2, he's just trying to escape. He's just trying to play for some position points is what I feel. But QWERTY should be happy with the frags that they've got and not be a bit greedy. The rotation from Bomb 2 though might catch one of these players off guard. Zarbaf has been completely taken down. Bomb 2 is completely behind the players of Team QWERTY. And let's see him strike right now. Top G, unaware about this player's position. He has to be taken down. The DBS, it does not land. The Scar could have done a bit better in that particular range, but Mom 2, whiffing out the shots, now has been spotted and is being subjected to some nades. Let's see though, Top G is all alone. Voltrax finally comes for support. The DBS still is in the hands. I'm not sure why he's in. Switching to the Scar and trying to get that first knock. Here we go. Some shots being exchanged with the cover from behind.
No.
And then the nade that had already been thrown from Top G. Good elimination. Good squad wipe. And 3x eliminated with 0 points.
They are not going to sustain for long. They are not going to sustain for long because, again, their points are a great accumulation from a single game. After that, they have again been on a downfall. They were on a downfall before that as well. So it's a very peaky curve that they got. I just don't know if that was a game or luck. I don't know if that was really an establishment or just some lucky frags that made their way into the top for that last game, because their performance really does not combine with what they have shown us in the last map of the previous day. However, for now, Magnus Esports finds themselves in a load of trouble. All four players very close to each other, while 52 Esports is not going to have much to their disposal. Hassan is going to be the only person who can actually go ahead and make these fights a disaster. And well, Magnus Esports, they have Zibian who can literally do a 1v4. But is Hassan going to be an equal competitor to that? Because he has already taken down a few. Zen stands right in front of him, trying to take that fight. But there comes a sandwich. Zen has backup support. It's gonna be a dual way fight coming in for Hassan. Will he be able to? Oh, that aggression. Oh, that aggression from the side of Magnus. There it is. Hassan gets eliminated, and so does 52 Esports.
Magnus do close out that fight, but I'm not a big fan of it. Rollin could have waited, right? He could have waited for his teammate to come and then take that fight, so all of these players would have survived. That's not the case, and they lose Rollin in the process. So, not completely satisfied with the approach that Magnus did. But and now even Zen is knocked out. The trade was there. The trade was achieved. So there won't be a push from the players of North Esports for now. But now they have that numbers advantage. So they can decide to, try taking a fight against the players of Team Magnus. And even Magnus, they'll be pinched from the south side as well. There is a team rotating inside the zone which will which will gatekeep both of these teams once they try to rotate inside the zone after the fight. And then again, you have to remember that these zones don't give you a lot of time to rotate. It takes a lot of time to close it, but to make decisions, you have just 30-40 odd seconds. So you need to be very quick on those decisions. Magnus finally now withdrawing because North Esports also using their vehicles. They're just prioritizing the zone first rather than the fight, and that's a good decision to make. But here comes the third party H2E. They do get a knock, although the trade is very quick. Zipian gets that counter knock onto Asad, which will put things to a halt right now. North Esports not in a good position. They did not stop their vehicle in a good position, and they're being pestered because of it. Nightmare gets taken down by Dread. HellRaisers finally maybe they raise themselves from the hell.
Well, they did rise back up, but are they gonna be able to ground a few? That's the question. Right now we have still 11 teams surviving, so there's still gonna be a couple of teams that go home without any position points for this map. But look at that, Zibian is gonna be in the crosshair for Assad very soon, and that just does not seem like the most optimal position, considering the fact that H2E is in no mood to race towards the play zone, while North Esports and Magnus are both looking towards the rotation. H2E might just force them to change their plans or just damage them enough that even after walking back into the circle, they do not have much to live by and live for. North Esports already lost a player right there on the edge of the circle, and that just makes it 2 against 30, 28.
That's one way to look at it. But not esports, they should now focus more upon survival. They should focus now more upon the zone and then take the fights according to the position that they have. Only take the fights in which they have an advantage. Iron though right now cooking a nade. Tarzan is a bit low, but he decides not to throw it out. Assad spotted down. That's not a good position to be in, Assad. You're just making it difficult by throwing in moves like that. Arif though spots Zibian down to his demise though. Zibian, he somehow survives. Not for long though. Arif still continuing the spray. The damage has been done, but there's a counter. There's a third party, and Magnus will be eliminated from the game.
Well, Magnus does take a bow out, but right now it's still gonna be 10 teams on the edge. North Esports is gonna have a lot of suspected danger coming in towards them with the charges of H2E all the way towards their location. Seventh element though. Not as great a performance this time as we saw in the last one, but the grounders are really making their way back up.
QWERTY, some shots left and right missing. All of those though, not being able to hit any. Has to feel bad. Has to feel bad for Top G because he has been able to get 3 frags, but is not able to hit a shot with the SKS. Change the rifle maybe. Go for a spray. could help you out. Tarzan with a mini. Let's see if he's able to hit some on top G. I don't think so. That is going to be the case. Probably playing it very safe. I think QWERTY is inside the zone as well, so that will help them out. Tarzan does hit a shot onto Voltrax, but that's about it. H2E, they're taking fights. I'm not sure why. It is not in their best interest to take these shots, let the other players know where you are, because you're just surviving with two players, Tarzan and Red. Your focus should be on rotation inside the zone, which is 100, which is 70 meters away, not even 100. It's just 70 meters away. So you need to find yourselves a good range, which is covered, and use smokes if necessary, because I do see good number of smokes for the players of H2E. Tarzan has 4, should be more than enough to get them through this particular stage. Let's see how do they decide to utilize them. Tarzan and Red finally make their way inside the zone. The remainder of the players are already in. QWERTY, they will also slowly and steadily get inside the zone without any problem, because most of the action is being held across Val and the Merz's city. And most of them are in the compound, so they're not deciding to leave it out. Virus, though, in a 1v1 against Top G, wins it out. Would love to just catch that frag, and that he does. Although Voltrax comes in with a trade, and QWERTY, they do lose a player, but they do get rewarded with a point in return.
Absolutely. However, are those points enough for them to move ahead? Yes, they are. 10 frags for a single team. They do seem like a dominating one, but right now, 3 players surviving from the side of QWERTY. Is this gonna let them acquire a chicken or not? Is the question that we all want an answer for. However, H2E, even though we kept feeling like they aren't going with the best game plan here, it seems like they have secured quite a good number of eliminations to actually make them sure that even if they don't get a chicken, they do get themselves a good position, a good number of eliminations, just to equate, just to balance out their survival time in some form or the other. However, Team QWERTY is gonna be holding off, trying to take the fight with H2E, and they have to be very cautious, because H2E is not looking for a very positive fight right now, considering the fact that they are on a very low edge, edge, and the whole altitude advantage is going towards the side of Team QWERTY.
Team BABLU still sticking around the same compound. So do the players of Team 7th Element, T24 Divine. They've not even moved an inch. H2E, they're slowly and steadily getting inside the zone as well. I think this is gonna go to the final zone as well. The 9th zone is something that we'll see, is what I feel in this particular game, because it's finishing around compounds. These compounds of Miramar, they take a hell lot of time to clear. So even we can see even teams sharing some compounds in the later stages. The Grounders, though, the team which had a chicken but was in the second charts, was able to gather quite a few points in the first 3 games, and now in the first 2 games, and is now looking to get the second chicken as well. Have all of their 4 players alive. They're still surviving, and they have a good position in the zone as well. HellRaisers down to just 2 players. They're fighting it out against the players of team 141. Let's see if they can make them run.
Well, let's see. Nice rhyme there, though. But yes, 141 does have to get back into the fight and make sure that they eliminate Tears and leave him crying, because right now he is definitely a prickle into the way. He is gonna make sure that there's a lot of trouble raining down on 141. Gonna choose to just avoid the fight and swim through. Is that the game plan here, 141? King is definitely trying to make sure that Tears does not even get the time to look towards the water body, but we are seeing quite some dives come in. And Tarzan is going to make sure that the whole area is scouted and, completely informed before they try to make the rotation, while Dread just makes sure that they find a good cover for staying if they have to.
141, they've been able to get behind the player of HellRaiser. So let's see though, how do they close the fight? HellRaisers, Tears! He has to switch to that FPP mode for a better angle here. But he's able to take down King before going down. Finally gets picked off. And it's all down to Z. Tossing a nade, trying to reduce the players of team 141. And let's see if he's able to do that or not. A nade comes in from Reggie side's knock. A third party once again eliminates the players of HellRaisers.
Well, HellRaisers do get taken out, but 141 does not seem to have a way out of this trouble, because now Regicide is doing the same imposition on them that was being caused by HellRaisers to begin with. But right now, Regicide is gonna be charging in. There they go. Going in for the shots. Do miss a few. JD is gonna get taken down, and that just eliminates the whole team of 1-for-1 official. Now, this is how you make a stand for yourself. However, the loss that came in for this side of Regicide as well, not a very optimal one. You have 3 eliminations and only 2 players surviving. Not gonna be the best lookout for them, but again, Team BABLU waiting to invite them into the game again.
Destroyer OG has that information about the players of QWERTY and QWERTY. They were thinking they have the higher ground, but they now have to come down to the city and find it out. Pop! Very little HP, and the final bullet of the Scar connects, gets popped down, and that should be the end for this particular player in this particular game. Voltrax. Now let's see how do you use the minibus. Voltrax, I was asking you to change it out earlier on. You did not, and now you will be punished trying to come down the hill. Tarzan with the mini 14 gets the pick onto Chief, and one by one the players of Team QWERTY fall. They do have 10 frags, but that's about it. I think they'll be eliminated on the 6th spot.
Might very well be, but that's just not gonna be a good enough option if H2E manages to acquire a couple more frags and a better position alongside it. Team QWERTY Pop is already just crawling on the ground, trying to make himself, covered out as long as possible, even though that's not gonna result into anything at all. And well, Chief OG doing the same thing. Voltrax, as you mentioned, is gonna find it really difficult to go ahead with the minivan. Chooses to get out of it, but still gets out of the map alongside. So there it is. Voltrax, another knock for team on Team QWERTY. And there it is. The end. The end was as close to them as you expected. Quite an on-point prediction here, Fritz.
I know. I've been a good player. Hana, unlike you, I've been a good player. So I can make some good predictions as well. But H2E, yeah, they do have a good spot now. They have a higher ground. Tarzan will get that revival, no problem whatsoever. And H2E will play the remainder of the game with 2 players standing. The problem which will occur is between the players of Team The Grounders and Team BABLU, all of their 4 players alive. But if the zone does not go their way, which it hasn't because now it's the final zone, 5 teams still remaining, it is going to be chaos. It is definitely going to be chaos because you all need to get to the center of the zone to not take any damage. Regicide's knock gets a knock onto the player of BABLU. Teen Wolf with a counter knock, but this time onto the player of Team The Grounders. Tarzan has been spotted down. A few shots being exchanged. T24 changes the room, but the shots are not landing. Tarzan somehow has been able to get inside with very little damage taken onto himself. Dread though won't be in a good spot, but why is 7th Element so shy about peeking that angle? Dread close enough to get that knock, and he does. Only 16 bullets left. Should be enough, but Divine turns around, gets that counter knock. Tarzan does not have HP to fight this one out. He only has bandages to heal. He decides to go in, but gets taken down by Divine. 7th Element, they've got themselves to top 2, but it might be BABLU who take the game.
I am still wondering how to top 2. They did not look like they stood a chance for even top 4, but then the mind games coming in from their side just ruled out every other possibility. H2E, however, did close off on the 3rd position with 12 frags for themselves. Looks like they are going to be seeing something good coming up for them in the overall leaderboard, but right now, for this game, 7th Elements, are you gonna be able to do the unimagined, the impossible? They do have altitude advantage, they do have compound advantage to make them go for covers as well, but they are gonna have to be very cautious. Nades are being tossed in, and that is not looking very good for Team 7th Element. Divine does go take a frag, but then gets shut down instantly by Team BABLU, and Team BABLU is gonna be going ahead and taking the winner chicken dinner for this map. It was a much needed one for Team BABLU. They were dragging all the way behind onto middle grounds of the chart board. Now they finally have a standing into the game, and as expected, they did make a comeback in the early stages itself instead of waiting for all the way till the last few matches. There it is, Team BABLU. A big kudos and a great entry back into the charts.
Team BABLU a much needed victory, and that too they've
Yup.
got themselves that victory with good number of frags as well. 11 bare minimum is what I'll say. Getting 12 frags if you get a chicken is the bare minimum, and that they've achieved. Great play overall in this particular game, but they need to continue it in the fourth map as well. Throwing things off to a short break, guys. We'll be back with the post game analysis.
That's how you walk back into the leaderboard. That's the walk you carry, the walk of winners, which we just saw
Yes,
on the side of Team Bablu.
that's true. That's
Magnificent,
true.
nonetheless.
Great job done by them. Plus, I'd say great job done by seventh element as well.
Hmm.
Considering they were able to get one chicken and then they show off this performance where they get two of their players eliminated very early on and then still end up being second. Great job by seventh element as well. But there's just one player who tops the charts in terms of MVP, and it is gonna be a player from Team QWERTY, which got eliminated because of the play zone. I'd say the zone forced them out in the open without any cover, but Voltrax still gets that title for himself. The MVP of the game with 7 eliminations and a lot of damage. QWERTY's Voltrax is the MVP of this game.
Well, that he is, and he has definitely shown some metal into the game. But this is not gonna be enough because the whole team needs to contribute towards the same goal to be able to see where the standing goes for the team. However, we'll take a look at the top players because it's not always just one person that carries the whole match.
Yes.
So we'll see how well some other players have left impact on this game. And look at that, Team Bablu's Pan, he is going to be there up with 5 elimination. However, JD, Divine, and Asad, no way far behind.
In terms of eliminations, all of these players are pretty close except for obviously Voltrax, who got 7. JD has 4, 5 for Pan, 3 for Divine, and Asad with 5. So yeah, it's overall a good show of these top players because they did make an impact in the whole game. Talking about some more statistics as well, talking about the match summary overall, highest elimination for Voltrax, most damage done is also won by Voltrax, highest assist for reviews, he got 4, that's great, and healing done as well.
Absolutely.
470, that's a lot in terms of the map that we played.
That surely is. And well, we did see a lot of survival tactics coming in from the side of Team Bablu, and I guess kudos for that goes to reviews without any doubts. But let's just see where the rest of the teams stand on the match rankings that are going to be coming up right here, right now. Team QWERTY, even though eliminated a little bit early, did manage themselves 12 points with those 10 eliminations and 2 placement points, made themselves the person standing at the second position.
Team H2E following up as well with 12 to their name. Seventh element, yes, they came second, but you couldn't ask more, right? With just 2 players, it's enough for you to get 6 points out of those positions and 3 overall frag points as well. So yeah, 9 points, not bad at all. Maintaining that average of 10 every game should definitely get you to the top 16 teams. Magnus Esports, not the best possible game for them this time. A squad fight where they eliminated 3 but then got eliminated themselves. Team Tough with just 2, 52 Esports with just 2, and the rest of the standings are right in front of you.
That's right.
3x, I8, Team Star did not even play the game, I'd say. 0 points, no impact created, no impact done. Not the best possible game for them.
Absolutely. All three teams, specifically I8 and 3X, both have disappointed me today. Not once,
Yeah.
but twice and thrice for each one. It has been difficult. However, this game was not a disappointment at all because we saw some really great action. And we'll just take a recap look at all of it.
Great first fights. This is where Team 52 Esports got eliminated. Team Tough had a good run in the starting stages, but then got eliminated. HellRaisers better performance, at least more than a point in the game because they got one frag and were eliminated on the 7th position. So more than at least a point that they got. And these are some of the final fights that took place. Divine, great job at holding that compound. Almost won his team the whole game as well. He got two, he ran out of ammo, and that's the reason Team Bablu got the chicken. Because I was a bit afraid there. I thought he might clutch out a 1v3. He did not, and Team Bablu were able to take the game home. Team Seventh Element, higher hopes from them from this particular game of Erangel, which will be the only Erangel we'll see on day number 3. But it'll be fun. It'll be fun for sure.
It's day number 2.
But map number, but it's just once that we'll see Erangel today.
Yeah,
On day
on
number
day
2,
number
it's just
2.
single.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to say. But yeah, talking about the overall standings as well. Let's see how much of an impact were the players of Team Seventh Element able to make. A great impact, 64. And
Yes.
now you compare it, Hana. Now you compare it with the players of XGeneration, because now the number of
Still just a
matches are
5
equal,
point difference though.
but it is there. You cannot disregard it. It is there, and they're still on top.
That's true. But there's still a much bigger difference between X Generation and Magnus, which is 6 points, different by 1 point. But in any case, X
Yep.
Generation hasn't secured themselves any chickens yet. Once they do come up and take a chicken home, they're gonna have a leap much larger than what we've seen so far.
It's not about once they do. It's about if they do, Hana. If they're allowed to get a chicken, which I don't think so. The other
I
teams are
think
going
they
to.
are going to be able to do that very easily because they are one of the last few teams surviving anyways, and they do have a great impact on the kill feed of the game. So I feel like it's not going to be very difficult. It's just going to be probably a little longer before we see that, but it's not going to be a side that just goes unseen altogether.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I hope they don't now because you made a prediction. We're talking about the remainder of the teams. Team negatives still on
Still on the
18.
same positions.
No progress from there. Faulty Devils, they've got 20. Hellraisers, good job, guys. Good job. You at least got 2 points from that game. You made yourselves one more point closer to 10. At least you'll be able to finish off with the double digits, is what I'll say.
Oh god. Yeah,
Hopefully.
kudos. But yes, I did expect a lot more from Quantum Rage. The way they initiated, they did not follow through. It wasn't a good momentum. But I do see Team H2E stepping up slowly and steadily. They might have a good chance very soon. But 52 Esports, yes, they did cross the positioning they had the last season. They ended on the 15th position last season. If they continue like this, they will be doing at least better than before. And well, that's
Yep.
what we aim for, a little more improvement every single day and a little more celebration every single day.
Not for Hellraisers though. Sitting at the bottom of the chart. Not a big feast to achieve. I really hope they at least get 20-25 points overall. So at least they have something to look back on. Otherwise they won't even
Overall,
check the
in
stream.
total, 25 matches?
I do hope so, yeah. Better than that. Because the way that they've been playing, 6 game, 9 points,
Okay.
not looking good at all for Hellraisers.
Okay.
I
There's
mean, I'm
some
not
salt coming
wrong.
in. I used to think I'm the harsh one.
I'm the negative one. I want Team Negatives to perform a bit better. That's who I'm supporting right now.
Your
It's
your cassette player is literally stuck. It's stuck on team negatives.
I know
You don't give any regard to any other team that is playing. You're just waiting for team negatives to show up. And well,
exactly. They're not.
okay,
The main
we'll
thing is
see.
they're not. I do hope they did not play in this map of Miramar. Otherwise, I'm sure it was a super easy lobby for them. They would have got that chicken.
Uh-huh.
Super easy lobby for them. But
Definitely.
because they did not play, no points, they'll definitely prove themselves in this upcoming map of Erangel. That's what I feel. 30 kill chicken is what they'll get. So 40
Hmm.
points will put them around where third position is what I think.
Well, before we put any money on the map that is going to be played right now, let's just take a look at which one it is. And it is Erangel. And yeah, I mean, if you think it's going to be a 30-point chicken for team negatives, I want to bet my money on it. Let me just ring up my mom and ask her how much money we have in total at home. I'll put all of it.
uh, I I won't do that. I won't do that if I were
You won't
you
have to. My mom
because
just answered the call and said, we don't have money. We are broke people.
okay, maybe you can just give me the money you get in the future. I can give you some money in terms of credit, but yeah, this should be an easy game for Team Negatives is what I think. Erangel, default map, super easy, no problems. But yes, talking in reality, I think Seventh Element has a good chance because of the momentum they have. They might be the team that comes out on top in this map.
Well, we might see that happen, but I am waiting for X Generation now. It's a seventh element
Okay.
versus X Generation thing altogether. You are
Yes.
saying it's seventh element. I will go with X Generation. Let's see who comes
All
up
right.
on top. And I'm not even gonna talk about I8 or 3X anymore because
Okay.
this much was enough pain for a day.
Oh, all right, all right. I8, yeah. I mean, this is a team we've not talked about. That's why they haven't performed. Maybe now we've said their name. They do perform better
Caster's
than what
curse is
they've
a
done.
real thing after all.
And I'm a negative person, so negative caster's curse might make it positive for I8. I hope so. I really do. Because this
Wow.
game of Erangel has
Okay.
started. I do see the plane path going out from Milta. So Novorupnoi, military base, both of these positions will be accessible.
Well, military base. My favorite place. We will be seeing I8 go there. But I don't even want to see what they're up to anymore because it's just not as good. However, I do want to see Magnus come up with a very good game this time. I am expecting great things from X Generation, obviously. And well, Seven Element, if they are playing this one, yes, they are. They might also be able to deliver some strong gameplays. I do want to keep a lookout for one official. They do make their way very close to the top, but I want to see the magic happen now. I want to see their unicorn horn actually go ahead and give them some blessings.
All right, all right. Let's see if that happens or not. We do see IH still moving towards military base. No surprises there. HellRaisers going to Novorapnoi. They did have a fight previously, which they just lost in a very humiliating way. But they've still gone for the Novorapnoi drop, and this time they're not contested. So it's a good decision to make for now. Milta power is being taken control of by the players of team TFD. It's a split, not entirely on Milta power, but finally the zone I really wished for, all the way down to military base, and I need the zone to shift a bit more south in the second zone. That's just what I want. I want this to be a military based zone because that is exactly where a lot of fights happen. The boat rotations are going to come in, the bridge rotations are going to come in, and there'll be a lot of fights that are going to happen.
Well, we will definitely see all the firepower put to use, but right now, I just feel like it's a lonely day for shooting range. Georgopol, Hospital, Siverny, Stolberg, Kameshki, Yasnaya Poliana. I mean, I have never seen Georgopol so empty. It's it's new. But yeah, early fights taking place already.
Uh-huh.
TUF. Okay, if you're a team that is able to take the fights and capitalize, great. If you're TUF, just hide. Just hide. I mean, they do invest very quickly into a fight, but then in the end, you do see them go very far behind on the leaderboard very quickly. They are like probably one of the bottom six or bottom seven teams isn't working out for them. So just stay back. They do invest in early fights every single time and always come back without much result on it. What is happening? Did seventh element start getting eliminated already?
I think they did because their name just appeared in the kill feed, that too on the negative side. Team negatives, where are they? This gives me that chance to ask a question. Where has team negatives dropped? That is something I'd like to look. For now though, team tough slowly and steadily rotating. It is the player from Team Star that has taken care of the player of seventh element, and now are moving forward as well. Team Star a bit I'd say a bit ambitious in the way that they're trying to rotate. They've spotted the vehicle of seventh element as well, so some shots will definitely be taken on it. T24 and Divine are working together, and I think they're moving towards their third player as well, towards Tokusaurus. So that even if the players of Team Star decide to chase them down, they can fight that particular team as a team themselves. X Generation as well, rotating very nearby to them, and they stopped as well. X Generation, they also want to have a piece of the pie. They also want to hamper the players of Team Seventh Element. So Seventh Element, early trouble for them.
Well, all of this trouble is gonna result into a burst bubble of expectations. Team Bablu,
Of your expectation.
of your expectations. You voted for Seventh Element. I was going X Generation.
Mine will, are, and always be with
Team
Team
Negatives.
Negatives.
Yes.
Exactly. So
Oh,
that Seventh Element is a calculated prediction, but my heart sits with Team Negatives.
oh, okay. So your calculated prediction means nothing to you. I am okay with that. You're not good at math,
Uh-huh.
anyways. But yes,
Okay.
going back into the game, I do want to see where X Generation is, what they're doing, what they're up to. But the Pochinki region is gonna be completely, completely capitalized by Magnus. And Magnus, again, Zibian, great. Zen, great. I am waiting for Faster 2D and 420 Boy to actually, step up for the team a little bit. I'm not seeing as much delivery coming in from their sides. So, yeah, I want them to join a delivery service where they just take bullets and carry it all the way from Magnus Esports towards the opponent team with a headshot right between the eyes.
Okay. Let's see if that happens or not. Because in terms of loot, they've got themselves good weapons. I think Faster relies a bit more on these shotguns. SK12 and another, I think S686 is what he has. Shamir Boy from X Generation though takes care of business with Easy and Team Faulty Devils. Off to not the best possible start. They've lost a player.
Well, yes, there is a player loss coming in from the side of the Faulty Devils, Freestylers, and Seventh Element, all three. But again, one man's despair is the other's celebration because that has just resulted in one elimination point each for Star, X Generation, and Tough.
HellRaisers though, they have a good
Ah,
position in terms of zone. They have themselves across the
does it
bridge, so
matter
they'd
though?
be. That's the $1 million question, isn't it? 52 esports have also made their way towards this island somehow. I don't know how, but somehow they've been able to do it. I think they use the military base bridge to do so, and now they
Mhm.
have some vehicles as well. So yeah, I mean that is the only way that they were able to get here. I think Z has a rough idea about the players' location, and now is looking forward to contest them. But the focus should be on the bridge, right? Z is just the backup, is what I think. He's the backup so that if Tears and Nobix get in a bit of pressure, Z gets activated and then tries to take all of the players from 52 esports down. Tears has also spotted Jallad. So HellRaisers who are just focusing on the bridge now have to divert their attentions into two different spots, which could really be harmful for them.
Well, there is definitely a lot of harm coming their way, but then again, the bridge being camped is gonna be the way for the teams to actually go ahead and make any establishment at all, considering the fact that the zone favors military base and everybody knows that there's not gonna be more than 4 to 5 teams in military base at max as of now. But again, the zone is closing in. Our players do need to realize that even if they are holding the bridge, they have to do it better, and they also have to be better players to begin with. Hellraisers, I'm very sorry, but I do not see that in you. Not yet, exactly.
Okay.
So,
All
yeah.
right. Let's see if Hellraisers are able to deliver in this particular game because now they have everything that they need. The strategy a bit questionable for sure. Trying to gatekeep the bridge while being on the bridge because you can be third party from various different positions because you don't have a lot of control. Z should control the hill on the left or at least have basic information so Tears and Nubix should not watch that particular area. But that's not the case. So Hellraisers, they could be in trouble if they do not watch it out perfectly. State number 2 has also formed and Tears is inside the zone, so it seems like it is still a military based zone. It is still an over based zone, and Hellraisers should be very happy with the zone formation.
Well, that's true, but right now, holding on to the bridge is not doing much for them. Team Negatives, your favorite team, is now on their rush with the vehicles available to all the players. Gonna make sure that they may, acquire a good enough position for themselves. The play zone is already gonna be pushing players quickly. However, right now it seems like our players do need a lot of support in their morale. They are looking confident but not confident enough to invest completely into a fight. The game has come to the second day, and the second day is about to end in two maps. So players do realize that their positioning now needs to, one, be consistent if they're on the top, two, change, alter all the way if they are on the bottom. And the mid laners, well, they do have a wiggle room for themselves. Oof. Our teams do seem like they're gonna have a hard time. Freestyler
Yep.
still hasn't made it back into the circle yet. Still fighting the play zone. And one for one, well, they are having the time of their lives. It's like there's a party going on in one house and the other compound is just waiting to join in.
This party could really turn into a disastrous situation if the zone does not favor them in the next minute. Because yes, they do have a good place for now, but if the zone forces them to go to the military base island, first they'll have to fight with seventh element, then they'll have to fight the players of team HellRaisers, which are waiting on the other side of the bridge. And these seventh element players are not to be spotted from far away. So one for one would be in for a surprise, to say the least. And let's see how do they use this surprise factor to their advantage. Divine does not even have a
Whoa.
backpack, and that will definitely help the players a bit, but they need to deliver those shots. Finally they do. Tokusaurus gets that frag. It gets confirmed by Divine, and seventh element, they get the very first frag of the game.
Absolutely, and they are in much need of those frags considering the fact that they have already lost a player. They do need to balance the numbers on the chart to be able to, compensate for that. It's not going to result into a very long survival time for the team if you have lesser players on board. However, talking about X Generation approaching very quickly, very swiftly towards the side of one for one official, are they going to be aware of the compounds that they need to look out for, or are they going to fall prey to this particular player named Janaza?
Let's see, one for one. They unfortunately have lost a player. Mithi, only if I could have heard his comms, you'd be like snakes everywhere, Hana everywhere. And they just took him out completely. But what is Janaza doing? He drives to a compound completely unknown. He has no player supporting him here, and there is a team in front of him. So it could have been very disastrous, but somehow they still have a good position. The zone is finally shrunken as well, and seventh element are happy with the position that they have. Do they have a vehicle though to rotate? Is my question. They're still lying down, giving no information. Quantum Rage's Halsey has spotted the rotations coming in from one for one and has that information, which should have been relayed to his teammates, I think.
Well, that's for sure. Quantum Rage. They do need a lot of work, a lot of team play coming in for them. But look at that freestyle again, going in with a freestyle gameplay towards Team BABLU, shutting them down, making sure that none of the players get to rise back up from the water body. Well, Team BABLU not looking so good in this one. They did win the last, but this one is just not their game.
I do
Oh,
agree there, but Team Negatives, what? From HellRaisers, come on, guys. That shouldn't have been the play. But yeah, you do get eliminated. Team Tough has got a knock with the nade. That's a good knock out to faster. But 420 boy, the position that he has he'll make sure that no rushes come his team's way. Because it's a very good vantage point. The players of Team Tough, could they be spotted through the window though? I think the answer is no. Edgar and Thor though from the other side are moving in close. Magnus Esports, they're in trouble right now. Edgar cooking a nade. There might be a counter nade coming in. Zivian should have spotted down Edgar. He has. The nade flows in, deals no damage whatsoever. I8 gets a knock onto the player of black. The grounders have been taken down. Edgar still cooking a nade, throws it out to no value, and knocks his own teammate. Virus has been taken. taken down because of it. Faster with the DBS, tries to connect a shot, cannot do so right now. A volley to force off the play or to force off his opponent, but the volley hits himself. That's unfortunate. That's just unfortunate. Zibin is there with the trade though, but Team Tough, they have an opening now. They can push in onto Zibin and get those knocks for themselves. Zibian sprayed upon, jumped upon, gets taken down. Team Tough, they've got that entry they needed.
Well, Edgar is also going to be able to spot out the last player surviving from the side of Magnus, and that's going to be a shutdown for the whole team. Magnus just shatters so quickly this time. But look at that virus just creeping his way back to Edgar, being like, please help me. I need a revival. I need to survive. But yes, they are not in the clear yet because freestylers, they are still approaching the same compound. Gonna be trying to make sure the Team Tough does not stand a long shot. Wait, am I seeing them draw back from the fight? Okay.
That is because of the zone. Look at the zone because they're not inside the zone. It's just 30 seconds on the clock, so
Yeah, but
they
it
do
was
not
like a
want to engage.
3v4 and they were at a lot of advantage because they knew Tough members were already knocked. But yeah,
But
I guess the zone does play a great role considering the fact that we're already on stage 4. That's a heavy damage zone.
that's true. That's true, and that's an informed decision. And I kind of agree with the players that they made the decision since they had 3 players to themselves as well. Not a lot of players to play with. Drop shot though tosses a nade. I think he has that information onto Chotu. And they definitely do. Chotu being subjected to some shots. Drop shot. Maybe he knows that he's all alone and he pushes in for now because his team is coming. His team is swimming their way towards Chotu. I8 on the other hand have been able to take care of the players of Team HR. Next MVP has been taken down and IQ is on a domination. Falak gets taken down by Tears. Spark gets a knock. I8 they have been able to eliminate HellRaisers. I think so that too without any losses taken. QR as well. They've taken on the players of Team Tough one by one. Freestyle Chapu. He did not see the player first, but then finally gets the knock onto Chotu, and that's a frag confirmation.
Absolutely, a very remarkable flick coming in from the side of freestylers. They did make sure that a good frag falls in their laps. But well, there it is. Tough Edgar already gets knocked down. Thor remains. Won't be able to go ahead for a revival because this is not gonna be a covered zone. But again, freestyle drop shot. Standing alone between two teams in a complete mix, he did burst the vehicle. But had he done it a few seconds ago, he could have confirmed the kill.
That could have been true, and 52 Esports finally arriving to the scene. A little bit late to the party, but I say Chotu could have also fallen back and played with the team. I'm not sure what is up with the region of Pakistan. They tend to take those solo fights a bit more than it should supposed to be. And they've been punished for that through and through, but they still do not learn their lesson. Jallad trying to just take some shots out of drop shot. And look at this, once again, drop shot. He's pushing it. He has no support. Plus, the zone is also closing in on him. So I don't know what strategy this is. Black is also all by himself. Drop shot with the DBS trying to aggress. This is not a team fight that you'd like. Chapu finally coming in to provide that support, I think. Jalad with a nade. What? He just bounces it onto himself. Did he not see the timer? He gets picked off by Black's nade. Chapu, yes, he gets taken down, but at what cost? 52 left with just 2 players standing.
Well, we do have very little man count on the board altogether. There's only 30 players remaining with 11 teams still surviving. That means all teams at some point or the other are trailing with a low man count. Except for the top 4, and one of which is XGeneration. I8, however, does seem to have made a comeback this time. They have 6 eliminations to themselves. One player already knocked down. But it seems like they're in a very sticky situation. It's not going to be easy for them to actually make a stand into the game altogether. And look at that, Star Fury just literally mocking I8 players by running around them and giving them no option to actually take a fight.
Fury has that idea. He knows that he has a good position because he has the backup from his teammates as well. But it's better to leave this beach alone because there are a lot of players swimming your way and you'll get third party from multiple different angles. I8 at max, I see them getting in top 7, top 8. but that should be it, because from the regions that they try to swim in, Team Star, they have a complete hold on their position. Fury has been spotted. Some third party shots being taken from the players of Team TFD or maybe even Team Tough X. I'm not sure. But Fury, he is at the barn house, he is at the beach, he has been tagged up quite a bit. So it's better. It's better to not take this fight alone and just get away from this position as soon as possible. Falak, he finally comes in, blasts the vehicle, and gets that frag to his name. That is what happens when you try to be a very hard, fast brand and try to, just take down one of the players. You get surprised from a different angle. You don't get that cover, and you lose the player. Not the way to play this particular game.
Absolutely. It's more about the survival than about the frags that you secure. So, yeah, you do want to make sure that survival is your first priority, survival is your first motive walking into the game. And again, it's only if you are able to stay on the map for long enough that you are going to have any results from the number of frags that you are actually securing. However, Team Tough, again, in a very tough situation, and there it is. The situation is not going to be tough for them anymore because the situation does not even exist anymore. They have been eliminated. This relationship between Erangel and Tough is going to be terminated at this point, and right now I8 is in a position from where they can easily spot multiple teams. They do, need to get into the compounds that are acquired by Team Star for now. Because if that's the place they are able to acquire for themselves, it looks like a very positive match for I8. But right now, they are not going to have the opportunity to go ahead for that. However, Regicide is going to be a victim to I8's wrath.
8 frags for I, 8 Falak with 2-6 for IQ. So it's a great number, but this position can only be played till you have some smokes available, because Falak at some time, as soon as the smoke behind him runs out, will be subjected to some shots. IQ gets another frag onto Kilua this time. That's another point added to the tally of Team I8. Even Regicide's Avenger is being harassed by Falak right now, and finally the smoke runs out. Falak needs to run to safety, which he does. 1-for-1 JD gets a knock onto the player of TFD who are trying to get inside the zone. Janaza gets a counter knock though. Shamir Boy has been taken care of. Some smokes are needed in this particular position to facilitate the revival.
Well, the revival does need to go down as quickly as possible because right now every team has a priority, and the priority is to have the most man count in their advantage. We know Quantum Rage, they do have all their players alive, and that is not a positive thing for any other team. They did have only one map so far, but when they did it on Erangel, and they did it with very few numbers of frags but with a good positioning overall alongside the chicken. So yes, we do need to see the other teams step back up and make sure they do not lose man count like that, to make sure that they are able to have a standing chance against Quantum Rage. However, XGeneration and I8 both look like great contenders for this final round when it comes in. But yeah, the other teams, they are going to have to be more and more careful considering the fact that I8 and XG are both surviving and surviving good. However, I am seeing a missing aggression. XGeneration with only one frag. How did that ever happen?
Quantum Rage, though, they're trying to fight it out. There are 3 teams in this particular compound now. This could get very bad for many teams very quickly. Freestyle, Quantum Rage, and there is another team right in front of them as well. So this fight is gonna leave a lot of team wounded with players. Spark gets the revival for now, but for how long is the question. How long will they survive? XGeneration, they're all snakes in the grass right now. They need to move inside the zone, and they need to do it quickly. There is a smoke wall for now hindering the players of Team Quantum Rage, but as soon as those smokes run out, XGeneration would just be sitting ducks, just ready to get picked off. So they need to make a move quickly if they want to avoid that situation from happening. But I think so that has started. XGeneration Thug gets the first knock. The counter knock is there, but that is from Star's player. And the frag has been confirmed from Spark. Beauty of Battle Royale. Someone else knocks the player. Someone else gets a counter knock. And there's a 4th team finishing that frag.
Well, absolutely, all the teams do take their own pieces of the cake. But well, once the slices are bit off, you do remain with very few men. left to avenge Bully. Right now, it seems like freestylers are not gonna be a sore eye to anyone. While while I say that, they start becoming one, and there they go. With a complete elimination of Team Star, freestylers secure themselves in the top 5 for this map. Again, I8 looking really strong with 13 frags and only one elimination to them. Freestylers again not lagging far behind. 9 frags, 1 elimination. And well, Quantum Rage. I like how this team shows like zero chances in the beginning and then slowly, steadily comes to the final circle, and then they're like, you know what? All right, this is the time to shine.
Goku bot though from Quantum Range, he was in a bit of a sticky situation because I thought Hunter might just creep on him and get that frag. That's not the case. He quickly repositions, throws a smoke to facilitate the revival, and gets back into the compound. Great show off event right now from Quantum Range. Let's see if they're able to close it out or not. The zone has all of the teams inside of it, so I don't think so there'll be a problem. Even I8 has been able to sneak themselves inside the play zone. But the thing is, I8, as soon as they fire even a single bullet, all of the teams are going to look at them. Most importantly, the players of freestyle will look at them, and it'll be easy frags for the players of freestyle. So they really need to be careful. I think already the players of freestyle, they have an idea. Aiko spotted down, sprayed upon as well, somehow drops and gets into cover. But for how long though? Even Aiko has to move inside the zone. He's trying to regroup with his teammates. The best way would be through the waters, is what I think, to not get shot. And that's what he's trying to do. I8, they're in a very difficult situation. Let's see if they're able to come out of it, or is it going to be the players of Quantum Race to win that chicken?
Well, Quantum Rage does seem like a good contender for the fight. However, we cannot ignore the fact that freestylers are looking strong as well. X Generation is under delivering. They have only one frag to the name and have already lost 3 of their players. It is gonna be a rat game coming in from the side of X Generation, obviously. But let's see how long that survival takes them, how far that survival takes them. But right now, Quantum Rage, they have a compound to themselves. Freestylers have a compound to themselves, 2 compounds actually. But the team in the worst situation, the worst scenario here is Agon XI8. They're
You are
right
there.
there in the open.
Look at the players of Team Quantum Rage. They're
Yeah.
somehow trying to get on the ledge of this particular house, but all of them just keep back falling again and again. They're not able to get back up. And one of the players even had a smile because of it on the face. That, come on, guys, this is what we used to do in the scrims and not able to do now. That is embarrassing. But the eighth zone again forms in a way that only one player, that too from the side of X Generation, is outside the zone. But the remainder of the players are still inside. What is this happening? I mean, the ninth zone after this will help the players of freestyle. And now what I think is freestyle is in a disadvantage because of the split that they have. If Chapu gets pushed upon, there's no support that can be thrown in from the remainder of the 2 players. So freestyle, it would be better if somehow Chapu is able to cross over to his own teammate. But that doesn't seem to be the case. And freestyle could really be harmed because of it.
Well, that might very well be the case, but look at Agon XI8. I feel like they have zero chances of survival once the circle starts shrinking in because, again, you do not get to be left unspotted. Exactly what I was talking about. There he goes. Falak did get a lot of bullets shot his way, but then he is not gonna be injured. He's not gonna take any damage. He is gonna have to crawl his way back. But now that Falak's position is open to the rest of the team, all of them are going to accumulate towards the beach side to take a look at how many players are surviving there, what they are doing there, and how long they can stay there. And this whole situation is something Quantum Rage will be very well able to capitalize on. This could result in Quantum Rage catching freestylers off guard. Let's see how that happens.
Black still sitting around. I8 gets that frag onto Hunter. He was trying to rotate in, gets punished for it, and I8 put another number on the board, another 3 point on the board. Drop shot tries to take some shots onto Falak. He's struggling with the zone, Falak, and he'll be taken down. He will be taken down. Oh, almost, but he survives. He somehow survives that onslaught and will be able to reset back. But the thing is, I need to wait for the fight between Quantum Range and Freestyle to happen. Falak has taken a lot of damage, but what? Gets a good knock. Finally traded by Chapu. And the frag will be confirmed by Chapu as well. But now, Quantum Range, they finally push in. This is the time when Freestyle will feel a lot of pressure from two different angles, from two different sides. Let's see if they're able to come out on top. Yes, they are. Quantum Range Spark gets a knock onto IQ as well. It's all down to use Adam. He has a ghillie suit to help him. He can vanish inside the grass, inside the long thick grass. And Quantum Range has to then fight it out against the players of Team Freestyle. User M though unfortunately gets spotted down and he also gets taken down. That's the elimination of I8. And now it's a 4v3 in the favor of Team Quantum Rage. A knock on the side of Freestyle could lose them the whole game. And that happens. Goku with the nade. Drop shot. Black left all alone to do the heavy lifting.
Well, he is already in the crosshair and well manages a frag onto Goku bot, but well, does that result much
the
because
DPS.
freestylers are going to be walking in. Black does have a great chance here. He does have a DPS that is going to be helpful, but that is not the greatest position for him. Quantum Rage is aggressing from every single side. A domination streak coming in from the side of Black. Is he going to be able to take one more down? This is all he needs. This is all he's fighting for. Is he going to be able to take this one? Jiggles in, has to go back into a reload. Is he going to end there?
Oh,
He
that's
does
a
it. Oh
shot.
my god, that's a clutch
Freestyle.
chicken dinner. That was completely unbelievable, unexpected, but well deserved.
What a game from Freestyle. What a hold. A 4v2. The first knock. A brilliant show of how you use the crouch peak mechanism. Pre-aim, pre-fire, the shots they do land. Then comes the DBS not checking the corner. The DBS reigns supreme. The trade is there though. But a nade from up top reduces it down to a 1v1 and then it was a battle between the two DBSs. But it is the players of Team Freestyle who come out on top. 15 eliminations, 25 total points. What a game from this team.
Absolutely outstanding and nothing less than that. However, we do have one tiny break coming up, after which we are going to be catching up with the post-game analysis. I'm speechless. That's the only thing I have to say. I am speechless. A fantastic way to secure your team a dinner. And that too in a clutch position. That too in a place where you were literally in the worst position of all the surviving teams. You had to fall back and go into a reload. And that miscalculation from the side of Quantum Rage just resulted into their elimination. And that was so well executed from the side of Freestylers.
Oh, what a game. What a game from the side of Team
Absolutely.
Freestylers. And I think the MVP should be from their team as well, right? Let's have that official confirmation. I think it should be Freestylers' player. And it is drop shot. Yes, I mean, why not, man? The final fight, the way he used the DBS, the way he used the weapon, the way he used the util, all with perfection. All with
Absolutely.
perfection. And 9 eliminations to his name overall. What a game this guy played. 1300 damage. That's just huge for a single player to achieve.
Absolutely, and well, nonetheless, he did have 10 knocks to himself and a couple of assists to go along with it. Great play coming in from the side of drop shot. He did not drop his performance at all. He just shot all the way across the sky.
That is true. That is true. Not at all. He did not drop his performance at all. Even in the final few seconds, I thought that nade would change everything. It did not. Freestyle still came out on top. And let's have a look at the other players that made an impact in the game as well. Because there were quite a few. I8, I think, should have at least 1 or 2 players. We did see IQ getting a lot of frags to his name. And he should be there.
There
He
he
is. He
is.
is. 8 eliminations. Spark from Quantum Rage being the second person. 1,000 damage. More than 1,000 damage. But was just awarded with 6 eliminations. Bit unfortunate. Falak as well from I8 got 4 frags to his name. and then followed by another player from Team Freestyle, Malik, with 3 for his team. 28 minutes. All of these players had more than 27 minutes of survival. So again, top three teams. All of these teams have representation from players in terms of top players in the whole game.
Absolutely. And I will, well, I do wanted, I did want to see Quantum Rage go ahead and do something great, but that did not happen. So it was close, but it did not result in much. Even after a check-in, they weren't in the best places, so not gonna work out for them. But look at that. The match summary is completely ruled by I8 and freestylers.
Oh, what a game by Freestyle. Obviously, Drop Shot has to has the most damage and eliminations, but assists, it's Falak. It's Falak, I think, who comes out on. Oh, it's IQ. It's IQ who comes out on top. Followed by Black in terms of highest healing done. We have seen more than this. We've seen 100 more healing done than this. 500 is the number I'm looking forward to for any player to cross. But yeah, talking about how many points the other teams did get, because we know the team that came out on top, Freestylers, they had a lot of points to their name. 25 to be exact. It is I8 following them with 19. Then comes in Quantum Range with 15. These are the only teams that were able to get double digits. Leave double digits alone. These are the teams who were able to get more than 5 points in the whole game.
Yup, they literally hogged on all of the eliminations that were possible. Like, look at that. They have literally 38 frags to themselves. The top three teams go ahead with 38 frags. That is what, more than one third of the lobby?
It is 60, 68, 64 is the lobby size, right?
Yeah,
That's
so more
that's
than
more than
half. Yeah,
half.
more than half
Oh,
of the
that's
lobby. Yep.
that's humongous. That's
But no
humongous. Just
points
distributed between three
for
teams.
team negatives or team
Hey,
BABLU or 52
sometimes.
esports and the grounders. Like the grounders, 3x and team BABLU so far look like one hit wonders who have done one great
Yep.
match but then not shown up to the other ones as well. But yeah,
Yes.
I do want to see consistency again. There needs to be a lot more work put in from a lot of teams. However, we do have a few top ones available to us. And talking about top ones, here are the top moments from the games we just saw.
This was not the best possible spray with the DP, considering how stable of a weapon that is. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if your team was able to do the job, that's just perfect. Magnus, a good hold from them in this particular compound. But overall, man, I saw a lot of rookie mistakes from all of these teams. Nades bouncing back on your cells. You're taking those solo fights. You're not engaging properly. Here, easily, QuickBot could have, GoGoBot could have tried to make it to the compound. Now, Black gets a free frag here as well. Drop shot in a 1v1. Here, all the odds were against the players of Team Quantum Range because it was all reduced to 1v1. And look at the pump that he made in the last frag that he won. Obviously, all worth it, all worth the way that they played. And a great and amazing game finally finishing off Freestyle. What position do they get after this victory is a question right now, which will be answered within a few seconds. So let's jump right into overall standings and let's see where Freestyle has positioned themselves. Because I think top five is at least reachable from all of these particular positions that were played. I think 20, even if they had 22 points, 25 in this particular game makes it 47. Oh, a little bit lower. 53 points is total what they have. Fifth position, not bad at all in terms of a comeback that they've made.
The comeback has come from Quantum Rage. They were all the way on the second page, 12th or
Oh
13th
yeah,
ranking, if
yep.
I'm not wrong. And they've hopped themselves back up onto the first page and placed themselves in the top 10 teams. Like sixth position, great, well done. But
Oh,
yeah,
even HellRaisers has a good had a good game. 5 points, huge.
okay.
They had 9 points. They got five from this game.
Yes.
That's
They
great
do have
improvement.
double
I mean,
digits now, for one.
yeah, they do have double digits, and my expectations went a bit up from HellRaisers. From 25, I'd say they get 35 points from overall 25 games. Is what I think from HellRaisers.
Is it your math or your logic that makes you utter
This
such
likable,
things?
Oh, I know, I know. I know. I'm likable, no problem,
I didn't
Hana.
say
I
you're
know. The
likable. I just
audiences.
said that is it your
You
math
did
or
in
your
a different
logic
way.
that
No, you
makes
did
you
say it
under
in a
this
different
shade?
way. Nah, 35 points. But yeah, 35 points is what my prediction is for the players of HellRaisers. I hope they do better than that, and they prove me wrong in the next game of Miramar, which is about to come. They get a chicken. No one would be happier than me.
But
Maybe
this
if
one.
negatives also perform better, I'd be a bit happy because 0 points is something I don't expect from them. But yeah, let's see. Let's see
Hey,
the map of
no, but
Miramar. How does it go?
your prediction was so on point. You said they will get 35-point chicken dinner. Very close.
No proof you have of this, so
You
I
know
will
it's
not
on live
say
stream.
it.
I can literally go back and see.
But you cannot prove it in front of the audience, right? So, I win. I get that point.
Again, is it your math or your logic? Anyways, Miramar is the map we're gonna be walking into. A little post the timing that shows up there. Actually, no, a little on time, to be very honest. I
Uh huh.
keep forgetting that we are on a different time zone than the place we are
Yep.
streaming it at. So yes, Miramar coming up right next. It's gonna be a big one. One more time. The third time we're gonna see Miramar again. I think
Yes.
for today, a lot of long range, a
That
lot
has
of
happened.
clutches,
Yes, that
a
has
lot
happened.
of
That definitely has
damage, a
happened.
lot of wraps.
A lot of healing as well. 400, 450, 480.
Yep.
How do you heal yourself 4 times after being knocked out? That's insane for me to even think about. So yeah, I do hope the map of Miramar goes a bit better than the previous times, because I don't like to see 8 teams remaining in the final zones, because that does not give you a fair opportunity to win. Anyone can grab that victory if they play very passively, and if they let all of the teams around them fight it out and then just get up and take the frag. So it is not a fair and equal opportunity at that time. So I hope the zone goes all out in the open. The players they struggle, which have bad set of utility, which have bad loadouts for themselves, and the players who should win come out on top.
Well, let's see. As of now, the plane is up and going all the way from south of El Pozo to the south of Impala. Pretty centralized as you can demand on a map of Miramar. Still not gonna be a great option for Campo Militar, Torre Muda, Tierra Bronca, but you still will be able to glide your way to all the other places that are in the way. Prison is gonna be another difficult shot, but that's just that. Other places are gonna be reachable. However, it will take you a lot more air time to reach the further ones.
Torre Amada, Campo Militar, I think should be places which should be avoided,
Absolutely.
because of the time limit that there is. I think 2.5 minutes is what you'll get to loot. So let's see. The drops are coming in. We do see a very interesting drop coming in from the players of Team Esports. It's a split between Ruins and Trailer Park.
Yep.
Now, this is not a very good drop, to say the least, because it takes a lot of time to loot Ruins, and if the zone does not support you, you'll be very half-heartedly going there, and exactly that's what happens. The zone goes all the way south, so the players of Northeast Post now really need to be very quick with the loot and then rotate out. So they won't be able to achieve a great loadout, and then they'll have to force themselves into a fight. Let's see though how do all of these things pan out. Hacienda del Petron being controlled by the players of Team QWERTY, but then again, for a team of 4, this is not enough. The loot won't be enough in that particular area. You need to loot the regions near to San Martin as well. The other teams to venture, Team Tough all alone, 52 Esports, nearby to the players of Team 3X and Tough at the same time. Team H2E, they've got themselves some vehicle and are moving towards the southern side of Los Leones, where they might meet 1-4-1 in that particular area. But that's about it. No as such drop fights have been seen in this particular map. I think this is because of the play zone, the plane path, sorry, that came in, because of which most of the teams have gotten to their preferred drop locations.
Absolutely, but it feels like Seventh Element is gonna be in a lot of trouble. They have not even landed on ground just yet. Every other team has already arrived at the locations that they wanted to go to. La Cobrera is gonna be the place that they want to capture, but that's not even going to be a close enough place from the circle. The circle has decided to go all the way to central southern area of the map, and it's going to be a big walk for the players of seventh element alongside North Esports. However, if you talk about the players coming in from the side of Junkyard, that is Magnus Esports, we can see them acquiring themselves some good spots after some good loot, considering that they are going to be walking into a very optimal position. Los Leones this time is going to be open to a lot of new teams because I8, the one that prefers to stick in this region, is not even going to be playing this map.
Oh, no I8, so there is a little bit of chance for multiple different teams to come out on top. Even team negatives, I'd say. They can be found around La Bendita, Los Leones area, which
All
earlier
right.
used to be occupied by I8. No I8, negatives in their spot. Maybe they take some inspiration from I8 and get a chicken. Maybe. That's what I'd hope. But yeah, for the Pariso, HellRaisers is home. They're still there. Not prison entirely, Ahana, but we do see some players from Team H2E on that particular island around Los Higos.
Absolutely, and Los Igos is also is one of the optimal places to be at right now, considering the fact that the circle is going all the way south, and we have seen whenever there's a centralized plane path, we do see a very hard shift circle coming in, and that's exactly what has happened. It's a very southern circle, and we might see another one coming to a very southern extreme, and if that happens, it's going to be a very advantageous position for the team surviving in Los Higos. However, talking about Team QWERTY, Voltrux, a very promising player in this tournament. We'll have to see what weaponry he chooses, and well, there it is. He has already decided to go with a UMP, is gonna take a buggy and bugger off to the rest of the team.
No fights. That's what we are focused upon. For I don't think so. How long has this happened? I think every time we've seen a map, there has been an elimination within 1 minute 30 seconds of the game.
That
So
surely has been, yes.
I'm a bit surprised. How are these teams playing this game out for so long and not being able to get that first frag? But it's good. I mean, that makes me wonder that at least teams are now sticking together. Maybe not try to take those fights alone early on. But that's a good sign. That's a good sign for the region. Improvements being shown. Reggie side though on their rotation. Again, they went a bit towards another part of the map, so they have entered the zone through Landrilla. XGeneration as well. Cannot see the best loot. Level 1 helmets across the board. Shamir Boy is also rocking a level 1 helmet. Thug has a monster truck to play with, but not the best possible weapons. Hunter also has a Thompson in his hand and a level 1 vest and a level 1 helmet. Not at all good in terms of utility, not at all good in terms of tactical supremacy. So X Generation really need to find themselves a good compound at least to loot, or maybe force a fight with a good opponent which they have which they think has good loot, and maybe win the fight out and then take the loot for themselves.
I mean, if the opponent does have a supremacy in the loot, it might be a little bit more difficult to actually go ahead and win against them. So the compounds are a much safer option. And considering the fact that this time our teams are going for a cold battle, they're not even investing in early fights, early frags. It seems like they want to take it slow, they want to take it steady because they want to close the night out on a very calculated game. And well, here it is, your favorite team negatives in Los Leones. A big city all to their perusal, all to their disposal. Let's see how much they are able to acquire from here, because so far it doesn't even seem like they have acquired themselves level 3 vests and helmets.
Let
Hellraisers, on
alone
the
level
other
3
hand,
helmets
has
and
done.
vest. They don't have even basic loot for themselves. They do
Yeah.
not have good utility. Not sure how you don't get loot in a tier 1 city. But that's just team negatives for you guys. That's just team negatives. Hellraisers though, Nobix waiting for his teammate to come and pick him up, and then they'll start their rotation. 400, approximately 400 odd meters out, shouldn't be a problem with the vehicle that they have. Drawlin with a buggy around the region of Los Leones. This is where we saw the players of Team Negatives the last time. Let's see if they do engage into a fight, or do they do it with the players of Team Freestyle.
Well, well. Team 3X is also surviving very close by. Let's see if they are able to again go ahead and flutter their flags. The last map, again Miramar, the one that they captured last time. Let's see, is it gonna be a rewritten history or are they gonna just trail behind after that simulate wonder? Seventh element, Divine, one of the very promising players that we have seen. But yes, with that car looking fancy, very fancy.
What happens to you in the middle of these games where you just go all complete me types? What happens to you? I don't know.
I'm a
But yeah,
fun
keeping things
person.
interesting, huh? Keeping things interesting. Exactly, you
Exactly.
are, you are. And now Magnus Esports though, they want to have some fun as well. They've got a knock, they've confirmed it as well. So 3x again. The last time they were able to do it on the final map of the day, but this time it doesn't look to be the same thing because Cairo has been taken care of, and Magnus they're interested to take this fight.
Well, it is a fight they are going to be investing in, but this is not one that is going to result in a lot yet. Cairo has already been eliminated. There is loss on the side of 3x. And again, if they do not survive with more than, two players, they have zero shots. They need to have at least I mean, basically they need to lose no more players. They're already at the worst. This was their cap. This is all they could afford to lose. But look at that, Magnus. Three players are always already investing into this fight. Zabir has been knocked down, but Zen is on his way towards the team. It's gonna be a long shot for him to actually make it in, but if they are charged in towards, Zen will be able to provide a long range support. Oh
Oh,
god,
what a
the
nade!
nades. The nades are just gonna draw in onto the ground. This does not seem like a fight that Magnus is prepared to win because that is just gonna be another shutdown coming in. Zen is gonna survive just to make sure that the team still has a shot at the game through survival, through the ratting, but that is all they are gonna be able to afford. Or is Zen going in for a clutch? Because this does not seem like he is holding back or trying to just survive. He is trying to take the frags that are essential for his
Oh,
team.
Kobe!
Goodness. Yes, that is
That's
Kobe.
That's a nade right on top of your head. I don't know how
Kobe.
Zabaf calculated it, but
Hmm.
with sheer perfection, he gets that frag and 3x. They lost a player, but they've successfully defended against that attack.
Absolutely. Team Magnus gets shut down in the beginning of the game itself with one elimination point to themselves and no position points whatsoever. 3x. Again, coming towards the last map, specifically if it's Miramar, they do show up and they do show up well. Let's see if it is going to result into another chicken for them because so far they have been nothing but a disappointment. Talking about X Generation, very quick to lose health, very quick to lose players. Are you going to be able to survive this one? The last match wasn't a very great one either. They did aggress way too early, were left with only one player surviving for the whole team. This time it's going to be two. And well, we just have to see for how long. Oh,
Hunter, though, he is in a bit of trouble
nah,
and
nah.
he is Hassan. Great nade onto Hunter. He gets taken down. It's all down to X Generation's Psycho. We did see. Are we seeing the same X Generation from yesterday? That was a different team, right? Shamir
Yep.
was fragging, Thug was supporting, Hunter was supporting, Psycho was perfectly playing. But today, I don't know what just happened to Team X Generation. But this is how you this is I guess the insurance policy that we were talking about. You don't have a good day, but you had a phenomenal day number one, so it all gets compensated at the end of the day. So
Absolutely, they're still
this
pretty
is
well established on the leaderboard. But then talking about Team BABLU, are they gonna be making their way back up, or is Reggie's side gonna be one that completely destroys them?
oh, that's true too. We'll have to wait and watch for that to see. But Team Bablu right now, they're rotating. This is stage number 3, so they don't have a lot of problem. They do have a lot of real estate to explore as well. Mithi has been spotted down by reviews. They know that there's a player in that particular compound. There might be a complete team as well, so they're taking the precautions right now. Reggie side Roshan is also looking towards a higher ground. I think they're looking forward towards a potential place that they would want to be in. That's a good place as well. I mean, the higher the better in the map of Miramar. It will give you a lot of vantage points to shoot upon on your opponents. like this one. Seventh element, they've been pinned down. Reggie side, they're taking some shots. It won't be difficult at all for the players of team seventh element, the seventh element to rotate. Then again, you can be a bit annoying in terms of the damage that you dish out.
Well, definitely the damage does need to be dished out very quickly. However, X Generation seems like they are going to be eliminated very, very quickly alongside Magnus Esports with only 1 point on the chart. A very equivalent position for both of teams. A lot of promise coming from them, but every bit of it broken and shattered like a piece of glass. Going back into the game, H2E does not look like has much of a chance. They are one of the targeted teams for team negatives, and for once, I wish for a positive result coming in from their side. And team negatives, I don't know what's exactly going on in Buzzard's mind, but he is repositioning himself, gets a very clean shot onto H2E's member, but then he is gonna be refragged from Tars.
What is he doing? Was it okay? You get knocked out, but you stay behind the tree. You hope for a revival. But he goes out completely, gets finished off, and now Team Negative will have to play the whole game with the player down. Shahir gets a good knock, is fighting against Red. The vehicle hasn't been brought down, so you need to be really, really careful. What? They're making rookie mistakes. A 40 bullets car, no pre-fire around the corner, and H2E get free frags. Shahir goes down as well. Negative Guru Boy, he's cooking in it. Decides not what are they doing? I'm not sure. I'm
I
not sure what
am
Team Negatives is doing. Pigman gets taken down. They had that upper hand in that particular game, but suddenly H2E crawl right back into action.
I am shocked at how Shahir even felt like the information won't be relayed to the member, because like literally one knocked member was sitting next to him, and it was very clear that if he tries to stick to the wall, there is gonna be fire coming right onto him once the player decides to jiggle out. And he was not even ready for that. He was not pre-firing. He was not shooting in the right direction, or even looking in the right direction. That leniency that you take towards intel is very dangerous. It is very, very dangerous. However, freestyle, after a great run in the last one, loses their breath on the 13th position for this. Again, most of our teams are literally leaving with 1 point in their pockets. Just one.
FSNG, MGS, all of these teams with just one. Negatives though still staying true to their name, getting no points at all because it's impossible to get negative points in this game. But yeah, a good nade from Vaz. Maz from the side of North Esports takes care of BABLU's plan. So frags coming left and right, fights are happening left and right on the whole map. Reggie side, they've lost knock knock, but they've been able to get a couple of frags in return. So it's a good deal. I'd say the best out of trying to get the best out of this particular situation. Even team North Esports are down a player as well. Nightmare has been taken down. So they're just remaining with three themselves. It's a 3v3 with Reggie side. Let's see who comes out on top, because it's North Esports who are holding the zone against Team Reggie side right
Well. Seventh element do have a great position, but they are gonna fall back. A vehicle is approaching towards them. QWERTY is gonna be trying to make sure that they do make their way onto element and make sure that seventh element is dragged down into a corner. It's gonna be an easy fight if they approach QWERTY from their own side with a higher ground advantage to themselves. And QWERTY right now is getting distracted a little bit by the TUF player surviving close to them.
now. 40, let's see how do they approach this fight. They're being very snaky around this map of Miramar. And Tabby, you don't get out of your vehicle like that. You'll be punished. His back tire has been punctured, but somehow he's still able to control the buggy. He has got himself to a good spot. He has got himself to a safe spot, I'd say. Not a good spot, but a safer spot. But on the other hand, Divine has been taken care of. Divine has been knocked out, and they're still not inside the zone. So seventh element, they're in a lot of trouble. Top G making sure that he'll be able to render their vehicle completely useless and even dish out some damage in the process. So seventh element facing the barrel right now, facing the barrel of elimination, and that should be it, right? Team QWERTY, they should be able to easily secure the two frags. On the other hand, though, 3x Mob 2 has been able to get a knock. 3x, they haven't stopped even with three players. It seems to be the final game is the game that they finally wake up in. At night, how do they wake up? I don't know.
Well, there it is. Seventh element gets their elimination written in stone. And with that, they are going to close this one out again with a single point on their boards. Quantum Rage is going to follow behind very quickly. But well, Bablu is going to be one that changes the sway of the wind, changes the way the direction of the wind is going because they will be going in with 2 points at the least. Current fights do seem like Bablu is in a lot of trouble, but Regicide versus North Esports is going to be one that gives him an opportunity to go ahead and reposition in a safer area. Regicide does get naded out. There's a lot of damage happening, but not much conversion resulting.
Finally, the Iron steps up, gets the knock, gets the frag confirmation as well. Okay, he does not. It's the player from HellRaisers who steals that frag. They need it. They need it. I think so. North Esports Iron won't be really upset about that particular frag being given to HellRaisers because they really need it. Arif, he helped his teammate get another frag. 52 Hassan takes care of Helsi, and that's the elimination of Quantum Rage as well. So we're essentially down to top 9 teams, and this is zone number 5 closing in. North Esports resetting back, trying to get back the loot they invested in eliminating the whole squad in front of them. Now let's see how do they want to get inside the zone. 3x comeback. 3x Esports, they're fighting it in a 3v3, but it's all no comeback. Okay, it's no comeback all alone in this particular fight. But he has dished out some serious damage onto MVP and Fakil. Fake Digel. Okay, fake Digel. That's a great amount of damage to dish out on your opponent.
Well, that definitely is, but the opponents do have a surviving chance right now. Let's see if 52 esports are going to be able to make their way back into the circle, though, because it seems like they are going to be going through some hard times trying to do that. However, circle is going to be a question for multiple, couplets of teams here. 3x trying to make their way back up, but the smoke cover is going to prove really good for the side of fake IGL. Fake IGL is gonna just hold it back, crawl his way up very slowly, very steadily. And at the same time, on the other side of the circle, we do see H2E trying to have one fight with HellRaisers, in which Bablu Wasi is a spectator.
BABLU should be a spectator throughout the whole game now because he's
Yes.
the last person standing. He should not engage into any of these battles, even if it's a free frag. You deny it to play for the bigger win, to play for the chicken, is what I feel. But the next zone is where things will get a bit more interesting. Most of the teams would be outside because we see a lot of teams playing on the corner of the zones. Q-Top taken down, another player lost for the player of team QWERTY. Though H2E Rex, he has spotted the players of HellRaisers. HellRaisers, they've been consistent from the past 2 games, 5 whole points from the previous one, and now they've got themselves into top 9 with 3 players standing. That not 3, 4 players standing. My God, that's a great stance for the players of Team HellRaisers.
Absolutely a great stance, but are they able to capitalize on it or not is going to be the question that we are going to be struggling with. Because again, it hasn't been often that they actually make it into a good, answerable position for themselves. They always end up with a question mark on how did you even get eliminated here. However, Hellraisers being spotted, being shot down, but is that going to convert into anything? Because Mars so far is not able to make any connects.
Zubix has been taken down, so one of the players of HellRaisers is down on the ground. Z is also isolated from the team, so this is where their demise begins. This is how they get eliminated. Too many question marks right now, too many question marks. But the positive thing for HellRaisers is that they're at least closer to the zone than the players of Team North Esports. So North Esports, sometime soon they'll have to leave that particular compound and come downhill, and that might be the time for HellRaisers to strike. I'm a bit concerned for Team BABLU as well because Vasi is not inside the zone. But let's see how does he make his way in. Tarzan, he's taking some shots. Virus is low on HP. 2 more bullets would do the job. And finally the connection comes in as well. Virus goes down. I'm sure the revival should come in, but they're trying to throw some smokes. The frag gets stolen by the player of Team 141. But that's Battle Royale, right? Tarzan gets the knock. 141 gets the frag.
Absolutely. Team 141 does capitalize on the knock that is provided, but the frag does go in their shelter. However, We are gonna see TUF try to make their way again against 3x. Are 3x gonna be capitalizing on this one? I do see great aggression coming in for them, but they are still one man short compared to the top three teams on this map, which is gonna be H2E, 141, and very surprisingly, HellRaisers.
Still 9 teams are there, so you cannot completely focus upon Hellraisers right now because look at this. Two players have been taken down. Tough M7 although spots a player of Team 3X. No comeback gets taken care of. And now Mom2 will be in pressure because Zarbaf is a bit far away from him to provide any support. So let's see Mom2. How does he want to deal with the players coming his way? There are two different players from Team Tough. Thor gets a chunk of HP taken off, and then the Rock as well. M7 now left all alone in this fight. Edgar trying to flank, gets spotted down by Mom2. The shots, they get exchanged, but it's Edgar who gets taken down. Mom2, great shots, and M7 goes down as well. What a hole coming in from the side of Team 3X. They add 3 more kills to their lobby, to their leaderboard, and now will make a comeback, maybe again in this map of Miramar.
They might very well. It seems like the last map of the day, specifically if Miramar does play a very, lucky shot for them. But let's see if that turns out to be the question or the answer in this one. Because again, 3x has gone in with the revival. They do have three players on board, which is not too less when you specifically talk about the last few circles. And talking about the last few circles and the player count, H2E and 141, both are about to lose one on their sides. Look at that, North Esports completely segregated into one
Third
corner and
party.
then eliminated all the way out of the map. This is how you shut up team down. Bablu Wasi makes sure that the last frag happens, but now he has to stay in cover, conceal his position, because this elimination point is not worth risking the position points that are to come.
Next MVP is crawling on a road. He could be spotted from anywhere, literally anywhere, a player looking from uphill.
Oh, Bablu
But I think
spots him.
Vasi, yes, I think Vasi is the one who spotted him down and takes care of him as well. Bablu, they'll clear the back lines and Hellraisers, 2 points, 3 points from the game. Yeah, that's the Hellraisers I know.
Yep, 3 points in total. Not gonna be a great, advantage, but still something better than nothing. And well, again, 3x has lost one more player, while 141 and H2E have all of theirs alive. 3x still in trouble, not out in the clear, not out of the woods yet. They are gonna be struggling, but is this struggle gonna be one that results in a chicken? Bablu does get spotted, but wait a second. A refrag comes in, and he is just gonna make sure that the whole finish happens here. 52 Esports gets eliminated completely, and well, Team Bablu, even though eliminated, does have 7 frags to themselves, and the positioning is gonna be on rank 5.
But look at that, even 52 esports got eliminated, but they have what, 10 frags? So that's a great
Yup.
number for them. They will easily secure the top 3 positions overall. Until and unless we see 141 or 141 or QWERTY getting that WWCD, but that's very difficult. I mean, 141 they do have a compound,
I mean,
but do they
141
have the
might,
skill?
but QWERTY is very unlikely to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, QWERTY is very highly unlikely, but 141. I mean, I do think it's 141's game to win right now because look at the position that they have. They've completely pinned down H2E. Their backs are completely clear. There's no real threat for them. King even manages to connect a nade. So 141, they're posed for success right now. Let's see if they're able to close it out or not.
Well, 141. They do have a shot in this game. They do have a shot and on their guns. But is H2E gonna survive long enough? They were the ones with the second highest number of players alive to the team, but they are crunched down into a single corner behind a single rock with a broken vehicle. Not a lot to do, not a lot to contribute, and there they go all the way from 3 players to one. And that solo survival, it might not result in much as long as the position is revealed. However, staying in the cover and not making any movement, not making any noise might just be of benefit. However, 1 for 1 is going to be taking up a fight with Team QWERTY. 3x still not in the clear again. Their players Mom 2 is definitely getting a lot of shots coming onto him. He's going to have the chance of revival. He's going to have the chance of healing, but that's not going to be enough. I do like the positioning for the side of 3x, though. They have the altitude advantage. If they go in for a third party, they might very well be able to secure a couple of players from the side of 1 for 1 and turn it into a 2v2 instead of a 4v2. And that might just result into a great game coming in for their side. But again, this is a very high hope gameplay that I'm talking about. They have delivered great yesterday, but today doesn't seem like a similar day. So let's see.
No comeback gets spotted down. Good shots coming in from Assad, but yeah, he'll be taken care of by the play zone. The revival is going to come in because no one can now reach the height that Team 3x has. But the question is, how do they survive? The next 5 seconds, the zone is going to shrink in even more, not towards the center, and I cannot see any teams that are positioned in there. So 1 for 1 really need to be careful of stuff like this happening. Mythic gets taken down, and Voltrux is the person who gets that frag, and they do have a range that will cover them from the place of Team 3x as well. Oh, that's great. That's great coming in for the side of Team QWERTY. What a good position that they have. 3x slowly and steadily trying to make their way towards the center. And they've got themselves in a good position from where they can third party the players of Team 1 for 1. They not expect the players of Team 3x in this position. Janaza gets taken care of as well. What is happening?
Well, Team
QWERTY,
3x is
they're
trying
taking
to.
players down one by one. And now it's all down to the remaining two, JD and King.
Absolutely, and they are already invested in their fight with QWERTY while 3x is closing in on them constantly. JD is watching the right direction, is gonna have a complete idea of Momdu's presence, but Momdu does have backup available that is not distracted at all because Team QWERTY, even though they are aware of 1 for 1's position, they are not aware of 3x's at all. King trying to launch a nade, falls back onto the gun. Let's see if his cover is right, if his choice is right, but this one single compound, is it going to be enough? They have to get out of it sooner or later because they do not have the circle advantage into the compound, and the damage dealt by the play zone itself is gonna take King down. So
Both
is
of them
it
go
gonna
down.
take 1 for 1 King as well? 1 for 1 complete team getting eliminated, and their Chief is gonna be able to spot Momdu, but does not deal any damage. And there he goes,
Oof.
dishing out some finally.
And
And
that's a
here it
knock.
is, 3x, two players, both knocked, fighting the play zone and the team at the same time. The position advantage completely in the side of QWERTY. They
Oh,
are
there's
going
an
to be able
MG.
to make this one possible. Momtu comes out of the smoke, takes one down, but then that is not going to stay for long. Those shots did not result in much. And well, the chicken dinner falls right into the hands of QWERTY. Finally, after a long shot, they do manage it.
Oh, that's what you were looking for, right? That
Yeah,
is what this team was looking for. But I'd say I'm more impressed than the players of Team 3x.
that's true.
Yes, no chicken for that. But then again, they follow what they did yesterday. They leave an impact in the final game, and they're making sure that they have good enough points to stay on the first chart. That's what they made sure of with this game as well. Yes, they were not able to get the chicken, but at the end of the day, QWERTY is the team that comes out on top, gets that chicken. Not a lot of points, just 18 on the board, but this definitely should help them get away from this ninth position and jump a few points on the board.
Absolutely, and that jump is gonna be a leap of start, a leap of comeback. They are gonna have to capitalize on it in the coming days. But for today, this was the last match, and it has shuffled the leaderboard quite a bit. I do wanna see how 3x has been able to manage their position now because they were trailing a little bit far behind, considering that the other teams did make a lot of impact. However, we will take a look at all of that right in a few seconds. We're just gonna go on a short little break before that. Has that been a sight to watch? Something we were waiting for since the whole day, trying to find out if 3x was just based on luck or if they really had the skill to go ahead and make it. They did show us a hint of it, and I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied.
Oh, for sure, for sure. There are more days to come. There are more games to play. So seeing plays like these happen, yes, the future is a bit positive, even for Team Negative. They got eliminated on 0 points, but I'll still
Mhm.
stay with them. I'll still be a loyal fan. I'll still be a loyal supporter for their team just because of the name that they have. But yeah, talking about the impact players, I'd say there were quite a few, mostly from 3x though. I'd say because one of their players get eliminated. The remainder of the three, they just eliminated what, like 13, 14 players in the whole game, and
I
that's a feat
assume
to
so.
achieve. That is definitely a feat to achieve. Only if the players of Team Magnus Esports did not play the spoils vote and took one player down out completely, it could have been a different result. Maybe they could have got that chicken. Who knows? That's not the case though. 3x Esports finish on the second, QWERTY with the chicken.
Absolutely. And QWERTY had one that they did not expect. So
Yes.
it's definitely going to be a great one to watch. And I mean, I am more than happy to see QWERTY come up on top. Voltrex was literally trying really hard for a plethora of games to actually go ahead and secure that. And now he finally has a feast for the night. Right before sleeping, a delicious, delicious chicken on the plate, served right up.
Yep. Talking
Mom
about the
too.
MVP, it's Mom too. Exactly. A bit of a surprise. I thought it would be from the side of Team QWERTY. Although it's not. That means QWERTY did not have. Oh, yeah, they just had 8 eliminations, right?
Yeah, they didn't have
So,
as
Mom
many
too.
eliminations, but like, yeah, seven eliminations, 1138 damage, quite an impact, and no assists at all because, well, Momdu, when he starts the bullets, he stops after the elimination.
But if you even if you look at the heal, this is the highest that we've seen.
Yep,
744. What?
a well rounded player
That's a very
nonetheless.
high number.
Very very high number, not gonna argue on that, but like, yes, a very well-rounded player nonetheless. And I guess we did see something unexpected even in the terms of the winning team. We did see something unexpected even in the terms of MVP.
Yes.
So let's just take a look at all the other top players that have had a huge impact, because I might be up for a surprise here as well. And look at that, 52 esports has two players making it to the top 5 players of the game.
Mom 2 definitely deserves to be here. Voltrax following up from Team QWERTY. 8 out of 5 eliminations were taken by Voltrax. So essentially, not the team effort, but a solo player's effort. Great job done by Voltrax though. Hassan from 52 Esports as well, making an impact. That was about it. Talking about the match summary, we have
Oof.
Mom 2 for the most part, highest elimination. Highest damage done though has been achieved from 52 Esports' Hassan. 1227.
Absolutely. And well, I do see a great impact coming in from his side, but it did not result in much for the team because, again, the team could not make it far up. However, 3x does rule this whole area as well. Mumdu for two of the spots, and then highest assists go to Miracle. We did see Miracle rule very dominantly yesterday. Hoping to see Miracle and Mom 2 combo come in for a really good one tomorrow as well. However, for now, let's just take a look at what all positions our teams have acquired in this match. There it is, Team QWERTY with the chicken, 3x right behind them, only 1 point difference, to be very honest. But then after that, it's just huge deductions.
H2E 12, 141, 11, 52 esports 10. I'd say good number of points for all of these teams to stay in the middle stages of the leaderboard. I mean, for all of these teams, one game with the chicken, one game with 20 plus points is what they need to finish off on podium and then play the bonus match. So yeah, great job done here. Most of the teams we expected to show up have shown up in this particular game, but but QWERTY came out of nowhere is what I'll have to say. QWERTY was not
Absolutely.
expected at all, but they came out, they played good, and they are the winners of this particular game. BABLU with 7, North Esports with 4, Regicide with only 2 points. A team on 8th position has 2. What about the rest of them? HellRaisers did one more than expected, 2 points to their name as well. Team Tough, Rage, Quantum Rage, 7th Element, Freestyle, XGeneration, Magnus Esports, all with 1. And let's go Team Negatives with none.
Absolutely. We're literally seeing all the top five teams, actually top six, all the top six teams
Oh yes.
literally have 1 point each on this one.
Yeah.
And Egon XI8 did not even play this one, so they can be, refuted for that. But like, yeah, five out of top six players, all the teams are literally on 1 point. This is unexpected. But then the other thing that was very unexpected was the way this game went. Let's just take a look at the highlights and find out how amazing everything was.
It was definitely amazing. I mean, when top teams get eliminated, it's always good to see because the buffer that they created gets shortened. Some moments came here and there which gave me some clues that we might not be seeing tier 1 team but instead tier 3 players with them. But yeah, that is some that happens sometimes. Sometimes you zone out at the worst possible time and you don't take in calculations, you don't take that particular player serious because bad things do happen and you get taken down because of it. But yeah, this final fight, I mean, all props to Team QWERTY. First, they forced the two players of Team 141 to come out and open that, then they take them out completely. The remainder of the two players, they did good things for 141. I'd say they did not give those two frag points to either of the teams. They decided to just give their life to the zone and not even try and make a run for it, which is a good decision to make considering you're eyeing for the top 5 spot. And then again, QWERTY, they had that higher ground. I don't know why the players of the players of team 3x left that spot, but yeah, I mean, it did not work out for them, although they've still been able to jump a spot up and they've ended up on that second position after day number 2.
Absolutely. And I guess second position is really contested, to be very honest. It's just the, name spellings that are putting them on that, because both of them do have 65 points in total. And well, going up, I mean, even after just 1 point each, a couple of teams have maintained their positions on the leaderboard. Seventh Element, X Generation, both are surviving. However, Magnus and Freestyle have taken a dip. Quantum Rage again onto a double digit position. And tomorrow, first match, we are gonna see them slip up all the way back to the second page again. Team QWERTY, however, from a long way, they have finally made it to the ninth position. So kudos to them. But look at this, the whole first page is half century cross. Once we walk into the second page, we are still gonna see a few teams that have not even hit 20. This is
Negatives.
no. Team Negatives is already above 20. Team HellRaisers is one that was on, I guess, 14, and they got probably 5 points on this one, so they are in 19, if I'm not wrong. But yeah,
Are
HellRaisers is
you?
the only one that may not
Oh,
have
okay.
made it across the 20 line. Other teams have made more than 20, if I'm not wrong. If I'm
I
not wrong.
I think negatives is exactly on 20. We'll get that confirmation,
We
but
will soon,
because
yeah.
they had like both of the previous games ending with 0 points, that did not look good at all, but that's what they had. I think after some time, after one or two more games, even might see Hellraisers going past them, because slowly and steadily Hellraisers are getting 1 or 2 points from every game.
Well, yes,
And
they are
on the other hand,
surviving way longer now. They are
uh-huh,
surviving way longer, but it's not looking like they're doing much with that survival, because once you enter the late game, you know that a lot of teams are running at man count disadvantage. You can capitalize on them. You just have to be very informed in deciding which fights to pick and which to walk off from. And that's just something I'm not
okay,
seeing in the gameplay of Hellraisers, because once you know, see, after having played 8 matches,
uh-huh,
somewhere even you know where you stand. And like
that is
For Hellraisers, I feel like everyone knows where they stand. So
that is true.
once
That
you
is true.
reach that ditch, you should just use your brain and be like, you know what? Let me just decide which fights to take, which ones to draw back from, wait for a couple of players to be taken down, and then invest into that fight. Just survive as long as you can, and then take the fights which have your name written all over it. However, yes, as expected, Hellraisers is the only one without 20 points on their board.
And negatives is exactly 20.
Yep.
And now Hellraisers are just 4 points away from meeting Team Negatives. Oh, what a competition! I mean, there is competition on the top side of the leaderboard as well.
However,
But
negatives does have lesser elimination points though.
oh, okay, okay. The least overall, I think 13 just
Yep.
to their name. Free four players standing on the ground. Maybe just 4 points looking to be accumulated by a different team could be said for both the teams on the bottom of the leaderboard, negatives and Hellraisers. But yeah, man, at least HellRaisers is getting some points. Negatives, they got one good game, they got one decent game, and that is what they're rocking on the back of it. 20 points from the past two games. They've got no points at all. They really need to buck up. They really need to buck up. Otherwise, they'll even beat HellRaisers in terms of points, in terms of lowest points, I'd say.
Well, I mean, sticking to their name, they have the right to. However, I
Okay, yeah,
do
they do.
think I got really disappointed by the performance coming in from the side of Reggie side. They do survive really long in a lot of games, but they are not securing good enough points for themselves. They are not utilizing the time they have on their hands to pick off players that can result in a better advantageous position overall. And it's a very dicey situation with them. Some games you will see them go all the way to top 2, and then some games you will just see them get eliminated on the, on the moment when they touch the ground itself. So it's just very dicey with them. They do need to buck up a little. And I mean, it has been dicey with 3x as well, but look at that, they compensate for the whole day in one single map. I mean, if they were to continue
Yes.
that performance all across the maps,
That.
nobody would even
Mhm.
have the shot to touch them.
That is true. That is true. But this is where this game comes in, right? There are other teams that are here to play as well. There are 19 more teams, which will make sure that it doesn't happen. So I'd really want the other teams to step up as well. Some teams, Magnus Esports, they show themselves good in a few games, but then surprisingly do not play consistently. Teams like those is what I like from them is to step up, to show consistent games. I'm not asking you to get two, three chicken dinners in a game. What I expect is top five performance, top five finishes from each and every game. That's not a hard ask for a team that can consistently play. Even I had a bad day today. For one game where they popped off that map of Erangel, where even the zone betrayed them, but still they were able to get those 14 frags and get that third position. It's not bad at all. They ended out with 61 points. They ended on I think third or fourth position. So I it as well. I mean, they not the best possible day, but they had that insurance policy. They showed up in a game and they're still in the game. They're still in the race. So I want performances like this a bit more from the other teams as well. And I do hope day number three gets a bit more exciting because of it.
Absolutely. And well, to stay updated with all the things that are cooking up in PMPL Pakistan, do make sure that you follow all of our handles. Make sure our social media is in your books with the notifications on, because you want to be staying updated with all of this. You can see already we have very few
Yes.
teams that have secured themselves double chickens. There's a lot of new
Mhm.
names still popping up. So there's constant, additions of newer teams that you can look out for, newer players you can look out for, and the whole game is developing every single day. So there's nothing to miss out on, and that's why you don't want to be one that does not get every single update. Make sure you're on all of our channels, and make sure you're here tomorrow for us again, because we are
Yes.
more than excited for whatever is to come tomorrow. But today's day was a miraculous one,
Uh
but
huh.
it has to come to an end.
That is true. That is true. Yes, guys, that was it for the day. I hope so. You did enjoy the show, guys. And if you did, do not forget to hit that like button. Meet you tomorrow, as Ahana said, with day number three. Stay tuned. We will be right back tomorrow with the same action.